Welcome, gentle wanderer, to a journey through centuries of shadow and flame, where cherry blossoms witness the eternal dance between demon and demon slayer. Tonight, we shall traverse the complete tapestry of time itself, from the birth of darkness in ancient Japan to the final dawn of peace. This is the story of how evil entered the world through one man's desperate desire for life, and how countless souls across generations would sacrifice everything to protect the innocent from that spreading darkness. So settle beneath your covers like mountain mist settles in valleys, and let the rhythm of ages carry you into peaceful slumber as we explore every breath, every battle, every moment that shaped the world of demon slayers. In the ancient mists of time, when Japan was young, and the Heian period cast its golden shadow across mountain valleys and imperial courts, darkness was born not from evil intent, but from the desperate hunger of a dying man who could not accept the natural rhythm of life and death. The year was somewhere in the 900s, when cherry blossoms still fell like snow over a land that had never known the terror of supernatural predation, when mothers could tuck their children into bed without fear that monsters lurked in shadows, when the very concept of demons existed only in folklore and cautionary tales told around winter hearths. High in the mountains near what would someday become the great city of Kyoto, in the heart of the Heian capital where nobles wrote poetry by moonlight and believed the greatest dangers were political intrigue and natural disaster, a child was born who should have died before drawing his first breath. The Ubuyashiki clan, though they did not yet carry that name, were among the highest nobility of their time, wealthy enough that when their son emerged stillborn from his mother's womb, they possessed the resources to attempt what peasant families could never dream of trying: the desperate rescue of a life that nature had already claimed. The cremation that almost consumed the infant who would become humanity's greatest curse was halted at the final moment, his tiny form pulled from flames that had been prepared according to traditions reserved only for the highest nobility, where even death was attended by ceremony and respect for the natural order that governed all things. Yet this rescue from fire was perhaps the first violation of natural law that would cascade through centuries, creating ripples of consequence that no mortal mind could have foreseen. When gentle hands lifted a child from what should have been his funeral pyre, the sickness that plagued Muzan from his earliest moments of consciousness was unlike anything physicians of his era had encountered, a wasting disease that seemed to consume his strength from within while leaving his mind sharp and his will unbroken. His body, pale and fragile as rice paper, carried him through a childhood where each day might have been his last, yet his spirit burned with fierce determination to continue existing, regardless of what cosmic forces seemed aligned against his survival. The weakness that should have taught him compassion for suffering instead bred contempt for the frailty he witnessed in others, as if their struggles reminded him too painfully of his own mortality. From his earliest years, when other noble children played games and learned poetry, Muzan displayed a coldness that chilled those around him like winter wind through bamboo groves. His regard for other human beings never developed beyond seeing them as insects, whose brief lives held no more significance than the buzzing of flies around summer fruit. This fundamental inability to recognize the value of existence beyond his own would prove to be the seed from which countless tragedies would grow, though none who witnessed his childhood cruelty could have imagined the scope of horror that such indifference would eventually unleash upon the world. The wives who suffered under his harsh tongue during his human years, 5 women who chose death over continued exposure to his verbal cruelty, provided early testimony to the depth of malice that resided within his failing body. Their suicides, each one a desperate escape from psychological torment, that exceeded their capacity to endure, marked his path. Even before supernatural transformation gave him the power to make his contempt for human life manifest in more direct and terrible ways. These women, whose names history has forgotten but whose suffering echoes through time, were perhaps the first casualties of what would become an eternal war between good and evil. The doctor, who lived in the shadow of Mount Kumatori, represented everything noble about human nature: the desire to heal rather than harm, to preserve life rather than destroy it, to use knowledge and skill in service of reducing suffering wherever it might be found. His humble dwelling, surrounded by gardens where blue spider lilies bloomed in patterns that seemed to capture moonlight and hold it within their delicate petals, became a place of hope for desperate families whose loved ones suffered from ailments that conventional medicine could not address. The physician's dedication to his craft was absolute, his commitment to helping others unmarked by considerations of payment or social status. The blue spider lilies that grew wild in those mountain heights possessed properties that remained mysterious even to the learned doctor, who had spent years studying their effects on various ailments and conditions. These flowers, which bloomed only in the deepest mountain recesses where human feet rarely tread, seemed to exist at the boundary between the natural and supernatural worlds, their ethereal beauty concealing powers that operated according to laws that science had not yet discovered. The physician's attempts to unlock their secrets were motivated by pure desire to heal, never suspecting that he was working with forces that could transform blessing into curse with the slightest miscalculation. The medicine that was created from these mystical blooms represented the culmination of years of careful research and experimentation, each ingredient measured with precision that reflected both scientific method and intuitive understanding of how natural forces could be guided toward beneficial ends. The preparation process itself was lengthy and complex, requiring timing that aligned with lunar cycles and seasonal changes, patience that extended across months of careful cultivation and refinement. The doctor poured not only his knowledge, but his very soul into creating something that might ease the suffering of patients whom conventional treatments had failed to help. Muzan's impatience with the treatment process revealed the fundamental character flaw that would define his existence throughout eternity: the inability to trust in anything beyond his own immediate will and desire. While the medicine worked slowly and subtly, requiring time for its effects to build and strengthen within his failing body, his arrogance convinced him that any treatment worthy of his attention should produce instant and dramatic results. The gradual nature of true healing seemed to him evidence of failure rather than proof that profound changes required patience and faith in processes larger than individual understanding. The murder of the doctor, committed in a moment of fury that would echo through centuries of regret, represented the first act of violence in what would become an endless cycle of death and destruction. The gentle hands that had worked so carefully to create healing were stilled forever by the very person they had sought to save, silenced before they could explain that the medicine was indeed working, that patience would have brought the cure, that impatience made impossible. In destroying his healer, Muzan eliminated the only person who truly understood the forces that were already transforming his body in ways that no human science could reverse or control. The irony of the medicine's success became apparent only after its creator lay dead and could no longer guide the process he had set in motion. The treatment had indeed begun to work, strengthening Muzan's failing body and extending his life beyond what natural limits had originally prescribed. Yet the transformation it wrought exceeded anything the doctor had intended or could have controlled. The blue spider lily's mysterious properties, freed from human wisdom that might have contained their effects, ran wild through Muzan's system like fire through dry grass, changing not just his physical form but the very essence of what he was. The weakness that had plagued his human existence was swept away in the tide of supernatural transformation, replaced by strength that exceeded normal human limitations while carrying with it a terrible price that would define every moment of his extended existence. The sunlight that had once warmed his pale skin now became deadly poison that could reduce his enhanced form to ash within moments of direct exposure, trapping him forever in the shadows, while granting him power that made him nearly invincible in darkness. This cosmic joke, strength purchased with eternal imprisonment, would drive his actions across the centuries as he sought to reclaim the freedom that transformation had stolen from him. The hunger that arose within his transformed body was unlike anything he had experienced during his human years, a craving that went beyond normal appetite to encompass a need that seemed to emanate from the very core of his being. Yet strangely, this was not initially a thirst for blood or human flesh, but rather a deeper spiritual emptiness that no amount of feeding could truly satisfy. The evil that would eventually consume him grew not from the transformation itself, but from his response to it, his choice to embrace darkness, rather than seeking ways to resist or transcend the supernatural compulsions that pulled at his consciousness. The curse that settled upon his former clan, the family that would eventually take the name Ubuyashiki, represented cosmic justice that operated according to laws too vast and complex for human understanding to fully grasp. The illness that began to plague his bloodline, cutting short the lives of each generation's leaders while their children grew younger and weaker with each passing decade, served as eternal reminder of the price paid when natural order is violated by pride and impatience. This generational punishment would drive his descendants to dedicate their lives to correcting the wrong their ancestor had committed, pursuing his destruction with determination that matched his own will to survive. The first demons that Muzan created during his early centuries of existence were crude experiments in sharing the darkness that had consumed his own humanity, attempts to understand the powers that transformation had granted him, while seeking companions who might comprehend the isolation that immortality had imposed upon his existence. These early creatures, lacking the refinement that would characterize later generations of demons, were driven purely by hunger and instinct, causing chaos that drew attention from those few humans who possessed the courage and skill necessary to oppose supernatural threats that conventional weapons could not harm. The terror that spread through rural communities as these primitive demons began hunting human prey represented humanity's first encounter with evil that operated beyond the normal boundaries of crime and violence. Monsters whose very existence challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality and the safety that civilization was supposed to provide. Families that had lived peacefully for generations suddenly found themselves stalked by creatures whose strength and ferocity exceeded anything that natural predators could achieve, while traditional defenses proved useless against opponents who could regenerate from wounds that should have been instantly fatal. The brave individuals who first took up arms against these supernatural threats possessed no special training or inherited techniques, only determination to protect their families and communities from evil that seemed to pour forth from nightmare into the waking world. Their weapons were conventional blades and farming tools, their strategies based on hunting normal animals rather than creatures whose abilities transcended natural law. Most of these early demon hunters died horrible deaths, yet their sacrifice created the foundation upon which future generations would build more effective resistance to the spreading darkness. The gradual realization that normal methods were inadequate for dealing with supernatural threats led to the first crude attempts at developing specialized techniques and equipment that could level the battlefield between human courage and demonic power. The discovery that certain metals could hold edges sharp enough to sever supernatural flesh, that specific fighting styles could exploit weaknesses that demons possessed despite their enhanced abilities, and that coordinated group tactics could overcome individual monsters, whose strength exceeded any single human opponent, marked the beginning of humanity's evolution, from helpless prey to capable predators of predators. The mountain fastnesses where blue spider lilies continued to bloom became places of pilgrimage for desperate souls who hoped to find either cure for demonic transformation or power sufficient to resist supernatural threats that were spreading like plague across the countryside. Yet Muzan's own search for these flowers, driven by the belief that they might hold the key to conquering his vulnerability to sunlight, made such journeys increasingly dangerous, as his enhanced senses could detect human presence across vast distances, while his supernatural speed allowed him to appear anywhere that the precious blooms might be found. The centuries that followed Muzan's transformation witnessed the gradual development of the conflict that would define Japanese history in ways that official chronicles never recorded, a shadow war between forces of darkness and light that shaped the fate of countless lives, while remaining invisible to those who lived ordinary existences under the protection that demon slayers provided. The evil that had been born from one man's inability to accept natural death would spread like ripples across the surface of time, touching every generation until heroes arose who possessed the courage and skill necessary to end the nightmare that had begun in those ancient mountains where healing flowers bloomed beneath indifferent stars. The winds of war that swept across Japan during the final decades of the 12th century carried more than the clash of samurai swords and the thunder of mounted warriors charging across battlefields soaked in blood and ambition. Between the years of 1180 and 1185, as the Genpei War raged from the imperial capital of Kyoto to the distant shores, where fishing villages watched the horizon for enemy ships, a different kind of conflict was taking shape in the shadows cast by burning temples and abandoned farmsteads. While the Taira and Minamoto clans fought for control of earthly power, those who had witnessed supernatural evil understood that a far more dangerous enemy was spreading through the chaos like poison through an open wound. The end of the Heian period marked not only the collapse of aristocratic government, but the beginning of an age where traditional certainties crumbled beneath the weight of change that seemed to reshape the very foundations of reality. The court nobles, who had spent centuries composing poetry and debating aesthetic philosophy, found their elegant world consumed by violence they had never imagined possible, while in the countryside where common people struggled to survive each day, creatures that defied comprehension began hunting human prey with systematic efficiency that exceeded anything natural predators had ever displayed. The collision between these two forms of warfare, the political and the supernatural, created conditions that demanded new forms of organization and resistance. The warriors who first recognized that conventional military thinking was inadequate for dealing with demonic threats possessed no central authority to guide their efforts, no ancient texts to provide tactical wisdom, no inherited traditions that could teach them how to fight enemies whose very existence challenged everything they believed about the natural order. These early demon hunters were scattered individuals who had survived encounters with creatures that should have killed them, farmers whose families had been slaughtered by monsters, samurai whose honor demanded they protect the innocent, even when the enemy transcended normal understanding of what honor meant in the face of supernatural evil. The gradual coalescence of these isolated fighters into something resembling organized resistance occurred through necessity rather than design. As survivors of demonic attacks began seeking each other out across the war-torn landscape of Japan, they met in burned-out temples where monks had fled or died, in mountain caves where hermits had once sought enlightenment, in the ruins of noble estates where art and beauty had been replaced by evidence of inhuman savagery. These gathering places, sanctified by shared purpose rather than religious ceremony, became the birthplaces of what would eventually evolve into the Demon Slayer core. The weapons that these early demon hunters wielded were crude affairs compared to the specialized blades that later generations would carry into battle. Yet, they represented humanity's first systematic attempt to develop tools specifically designed for supernatural warfare. Ordinary katana and farming implements were modified through trial and error, their edges honed according to techniques that survivors had discovered through desperate experimentation during life or death encounters with creatures whose regenerative abilities made conventional wounds meaningless unless they achieved complete decapitation with a single, precise strike. The discovery that certain ores possessed properties that made them more effective against demonic flesh came through observations that desperate fighters made during battles where every advantage could mean the difference between survival and becoming another casualty in an invisible war. Mountainsmiths whose families had worked iron for generations began noticing that metal extracted from specific locations seemed to hold edges more effectively, cut more cleanly, and somehow resist the supernatural corruption that demon blood could inflict upon ordinary steel. These early experiments in metallurgy, guided more by intuition than scientific method, laid the foundation for what would eventually become the art of forging Nichiren blades. The ore that would prove most effective against supernatural threats was found in mountains where sunlight struck exposed mineral veins with particular intensity and duration, as if the metal itself could absorb and retain the purifying power of solar energy that represented the one force in nature that demons could never overcome or adapt to resist. The miners who first extracted these special materials often spoke of feeling warmth radiating from the stone even on cold winter days, and of how their tools seemed to grow lighter rather than heavier during the exhausting work of bringing the precious metal to the surface where it could be shaped into weapons worthy of the war they were fighting. The smiths who learned to work with this supernatural ore developed techniques that went beyond conventional metalworking to encompass processes that seemed to blur the boundary between craftsmanship and ritual, between human skill and something approaching prayer, made manifest through hammer and forge. These artisans understood instinctively that they were creating more than mere weapons. They were forging tools that would carry the hopes and determination of those who wielded them into battles where failure meant not only personal death, but the continued spread of evil that threatened every innocent life in Japan. The forging process itself became a meditation on the nature of light and darkness, as smiths learned that the metal responded not only to traditional techniques of heating and cooling, but to the spiritual state of the craftsman whose hands shaped it into final form. Blades created in anger or despair proved less effective than those forged by artisans who maintained inner calm and focused their intentions on protection rather than destruction, as if the metal itself could sense and respond to the motivations that guided its transformation from raw ore into finished weapon. The earliest sword forms that demon hunters developed were crude adaptations of existing martial arts, modified through desperate improvisation during actual combat, with creatures whose fighting styles followed no human logic or predictable patterns. These techniques, born from necessity rather than formal training, emphasized speed and precision over the elaborate displays of skill that characterized traditional swordsmanship, since battles against demons allowed no opportunity for ceremonial combat or honorable defeat, only survival or death, victory, or the spread of evil to claim more innocent victims. The breathing methods that would eventually evolve into the sophisticated techniques of later generations began as simple attempts to maintain calm focus during encounters with opponents whose very presence could inspire terror that paralyzed normal human responses. Early demon hunters discovered that controlling their respiration helped them think clearly despite facing creatures whose supernatural abilities exceeded anything their training had prepared them to confront, and that steady breathing patterns could sustain physical exertion during prolonged battles against enemies whose stamina seemed inexhaustible. The development of group tactics represented humanity's recognition that individual prowess, no matter how exceptional, was often inadequate for dealing with demons whose power could overwhelm even the most skilled single opponent. These early formations were crude affairs that bore little resemblance to the elegant coordination that later generations of demon slayers would achieve, yet they established the principle that cooperation and mutual support could multiply human effectiveness against supernatural threats that seemed designed to prey upon isolated individuals. The emergence of leadership structures within these informal groups of demon hunters reflected the natural human tendency to organize around those individuals who had demonstrated both combat effectiveness and the wisdom necessary to make tactical decisions under extreme pressure. These early leaders possessed no formal authority beyond what their followers granted them through respect earned in battle, yet they began establishing the hierarchical systems that would eventually evolve into the pillar ranks that provided structure and discipline for organized demon-slaying operations. The pillar system itself originated from the recognition that certain demon hunters had achieved levels of skill and power that elevated them above their peers, making them capable of facing threats that would overwhelm ordinary fighters, while inspiring others through example and leadership that went beyond simple combat ability. These exceptional individuals, drawn from various backgrounds and fighting styles, represented different approaches to the art of supernatural warfare, while sharing common dedication to protecting innocent people from evil that conventional authorities could neither acknowledge nor address effectively. The establishment of communication networks between scattered groups of demon hunters required innovation that went beyond traditional military messaging systems, since the supernatural nature of their enemies demanded intelligence gathering and coordination methods that could operate across vast distances while maintaining secrecy from ordinary authorities who would have dismissed reports of demonic activity as madness or superstition. These early communication systems relied heavily on trusted messengers who possessed the skills necessary to travel safely through territory where demons hunted, carrying information that could save lives or warn of threats that exceeded local capacity to resist. The training methods that began emerging during this formative period emphasized practical skills over theoretical knowledge, since the enemy they faced allowed no opportunity for gradual learning or safe practice against opponents who would show mercy to students making mistakes. Young people who showed aptitude for demon hunting were taught through direct exposure to actual combat situations, with experienced fighters serving as mentors who provided guidance while allowing their students to develop personal fighting styles suited to their individual strengths and temperament. The selection of recruits for demon hunter training became an art form in itself, as experienced fighters learned to recognize the subtle qualities that distinguished those with potential for supernatural warfare from brave, but ultimately inadequate volunteers, whose noble intentions could not overcome the fundamental requirements for survival in battles against creatures that operated beyond normal human understanding. Physical strength and traditional martial skills were important, but the capacity for mental adaptability and spiritual resilience often proved more crucial for long-term survival. The code of conduct that gradually developed among demon hunters emphasized protection of innocent life above all other considerations, including personal survival, traditional concepts of honor, or adherence to conventional social hierarchies that placed lords above peasants in matters of importance. This egalitarian approach to human worth reflected the reality that demons made no distinctions based on social class when selecting prey, and that effective resistance required unity that transcended the political divisions that characterized ordinary society during this tumultuous period. The secrecy that shrouded demon hunting activities was maintained not only to protect ordinary people from knowledge that might cause panic, but to prevent interference from conventional authorities who lacked the understanding necessary to support supernatural warfare while possessing enough power to disrupt operations through well-intentioned but ultimately harmful intervention. This need for discretion created organizational structures that operated parallel to official government, while serving the same fundamental purpose of protecting citizens from threats that official forces could never acknowledge or address. The geographical expansion of organized demon hunting activities followed patterns of demon appearances rather than political boundaries, as threats that ignored human territorial divisions required responses that could operate across clan territories and regional authority structures without regard for conventional jurisdictional limitations. This flexibility in operational scope established precedents that would eventually allow the Demon Slayer Corps to function as a truly national organization, despite Japan's fragmented political landscape. The resource acquisition necessary to support sustained demon hunting operations required innovation in funding and supply systems that could operate independently of official government support while avoiding activities that would compromise the moral authority necessary for maintaining public trust and recruitment of honorable individuals. These early logistics systems relied heavily on voluntary contributions from those who had been saved by demon hunter intervention, creating networks of support that spanned social classes and geographical regions. The legacy of this formative period would echo through centuries of supernatural warfare, as the principles and practices established during these chaotic decades provided the foundation upon which future generations would build increasingly sophisticated and effective responses to demonic threats that continued evolving in scope and danger. The courage and wisdom of these early pioneers, whose names were lost to history, but whose contributions shaped the destiny of their nation, created traditions that would sustain demon slayers through trials that would test every aspect of their dedication to protecting innocent life from evil that sought to consume everything good and beautiful in the world. In the year 1460, when cherry blossoms bloomed over a Japan torn by the endless conflicts that would define the Sengoku period, twin sons were born to the noble Tsugikuni clan in circumstances that seemed to herald either great fortune or terrible calamity, depending on which ancient superstitions one chose to believe. The birth of twins during this era was regarded with deep suspicion and fear, as common wisdom held that such occurrences brought misfortune upon entire families, creating succession disputes and spiritual imbalances that could destroy even the most powerful clans through internal strife and cosmic displeasure. Yet, as the midwife lifted these two infants from their mother's exhausted form, she could hardly have imagined that these children would reshape the very nature of supernatural warfare in ways that would echo through centuries of human struggle against demonic evil. The elder twin, born with features that proclaimed his nobility and strength in every line of his perfect face, was named Michikatsu by his father, who chose characters that meant the path to victory, in recognition of the child's obvious destiny to lead their clan to greater glory and power. This firstborn son possessed all the qualities that samurai fathers dreamed of seeing in their heirs: physical beauty that would command respect, intelligence that showed itself even in infancy, and an aura of natural leadership that made servants and family members alike treat him with deference that bordered on reverence. From his earliest moments, Michikatsu seemed blessed by fortune itself, as if the heavens had chosen to compensate for the inauspicious circumstances of his twin birth by making him exceptional in every way that mattered to their warrior society. The younger twin emerged into the world bearing a birthmark that resembled flames dancing across his forehead, a mark so distinctive that even the experienced midwife gasped when she first saw it, recognizing the significance of such a sign even if she could not yet understand what destiny it foretold. This child was named Yoriichi by their mother, Akeno, who defied convention by choosing characters that emphasized relationships and human connections rather than martial glory, as if her maternal instincts sensed that this son would find his strength not in dominance over others but in bonds that transcended ordinary understanding. The flame mark that adorned Yoriichi's brow seemed to pulse with inner light that grew more pronounced when he was content, and dimmed when sorrow or loneliness clouded his young spirit. Their father's reaction to the twin birth revealed the deep superstitions and practical concerns that governed noble families during this turbulent period, as his initial impulse was to eliminate the potential threat that two male heirs might represent to clan stability and clear succession lines. The idea of killing the second-born son before his second birthday was not uncommon during these times, when political survival often required harsh decisions that prioritized family security over individual life. Yet the desperate intervention of their normally quiet mother prevented what would have been one of history's greatest tragedies. Akeno's fierce protection of her flame-marked child represented perhaps the only time she ever directly opposed her husband's will, yet her maternal instincts proved stronger than social convention or masculine authority. The separation that their father imposed upon the twins from their earliest childhood reflected both practical concerns about succession disputes and deeper fears about the supernatural implications of their unusual birth, as he sought to prevent the development of bonds between brothers that might someday tear their clan apart through competing loyalties and conflicting claims to leadership. Michikatsu was raised with all the privileges and expectations that befitted the heir to a noble warrior family, receiving instruction in swordsmanship, military strategy, poetry, and all the cultural accomplishments that would prepare him for leadership roles in a society where excellence in multiple fields was expected of those born to rule others. Yoriichi's childhood unfolded in deliberate isolation that was intended to prepare him for the religious life that awaited second sons who posed potential threats to family harmony. Yet this separation from normal social interaction seemed to awaken abilities within him that transcended ordinary human limitations in ways that no one could have anticipated or understood. His enhanced senses developed during these years of solitude, allowing him to perceive details of the world around him with clarity that surpassed normal human capacity, while his physical abilities grew at rates that suggested supernatural blessing rather than simple natural talent. The flame mark on his forehead seemed to respond to his emotional state and the development of his unusual gifts, growing brighter when he accessed powers that operated beyond conventional understanding. The illness that gradually consumed their mother, Akeno, manifested as a progressive weakness on her left side that physicians could neither explain nor treat effectively, though Yoriichi's enhanced perception allowed him to sense the spiritual dimensions of her suffering that escaped ordinary medical diagnosis. Her condition worsened slowly over years, creating periods of hope alternating with despair as the family watched someone they loved fade away despite receiving the best care that their wealth and position could provide. The knowledge that her time was limited made every moment with her precious, yet also cast shadows over the household that affected everyone who witnessed her gradual decline. Michikatsu's attempts to maintain connection with his isolated brother, despite their father's disapproval, revealed the fundamental kindness that would later be corrupted by jealousy and ambition, as he regularly brought small gifts and spent whatever time he could steal from his formal education in the company of the twin, whose presence had been deemed potentially dangerous to family stability. The handmade flute that he crafted for Yoriichi with his own inexperienced hands produced sounds that were more noise than music, yet it became one of the younger twins' most treasured possessions because it represented love freely given despite social pressure to maintain emotional distance. The silence that characterized Yoriichi's early childhood was initially interpreted as evidence of mental deficiency or spiritual damage related to the circumstances of his birth, leading family members and servants to treat him with the cautious sympathy reserved for those whose afflictions were beyond human help, yet whose noble blood demanded respectful care. His apparent inability to speak or respond normally to attempts at communication convinced most observers that his flame mark was a sign of divine displeasure rather than blessing, reinforcing the decision to prepare him for religious life, where his limitations might be less problematic than they would be in secular leadership roles. The earrings that Akeno gave to Yoriichi on his 7th birthday represented more than simple jewelry or maternal affection, as they carried spiritual significance that connected him to traditions and powers that stretched back through generations of their family history, to sources that had been forgotten by everyone except mothers who passed ancient wisdom to their children through gifts that seemed ordinary, yet carried profound meaning. These Hanafuda earrings, decorated with the image of the rising sun, seemed to complement his flame mark in ways that suggested deeper connections between his unusual abilities and cosmic forces that governed the eternal struggle between light and darkness. The prayer that Akeno offered to the sun god on behalf of her silent son reflected her understanding that his condition was spiritual rather than physical, and that divine intervention might be necessary to unlock whatever potential lay dormant within his enhanced but inaccessible consciousness. Her maternal instincts told her that Yoriichi's silence concealed abilities rather than limitations, that his apparent disconnection from the world around him actually indicated connection to realities that others could not perceive or understand. The fervent nature of her prayer, offered with the desperation of a mother who sensed her own approaching death, seemed to activate forces that had been waiting for the proper moment to manifest through her chosen son. The first words that Yoriichi spoke, emerging from 7 years of silence like sunrise after the longest night, revealed not only that he had been hearing and understanding everything around him, but that his enhanced perception had been analyzing and learning from experiences that others assumed he was incapable of processing. His simple statement that he could indeed hear represented a transformation that went beyond normal childhood development to encompass awakening of abilities that would reshape his understanding of reality and his relationship to powers that operated beyond ordinary human experience. The joy that filled Akeno's heart when she realized her prayers had been answered was tempered by recognition that her son's gifts would bring both blessing and burden throughout his extraordinary life. The sword training that Michikatsu received represented the finest martial education available during their era, with master instructors teaching him techniques that had been refined through generations of warfare and passed down through lineages of great swordsmen whose skills had been proven in countless battles. These lessons emphasized not only physical technique but mental discipline, strategic thinking, and the spiritual aspects of warrior training that connected swordsmanship to deeper philosophical understanding of duty, honor, and the proper relationship between human will and cosmic order. Michikatsu's natural talent for these arts was evident from his earliest lessons, as he mastered complex movements and concepts with ease that impressed even experienced teachers. The demonstration that Yoriichi provided, when allowed to attempt sword techniques despite his lack of formal training, shattered every assumption about martial arts mastery and the relationship between instruction and ability, as his untutored movements displayed perfection that surpassed what years of dedicated practice typically achieved. The master swordsman who had agreed to test the silent younger twin found himself defeated within moments by techniques that seemed to flow from intuitive understanding rather than learned skill, as if Yoriichi's enhanced perception allowed him to see and exploit weaknesses that escaped normal observation. This unprecedented display of natural ability created the first stirrings of the jealousy that would eventually consume Michikatsu's noble heart. The explanation that Yoriichi offered regarding his ability to see the transparent world represented humanity's first encounter with perceptual abilities that operated beyond normal sensory limitations, allowing him to observe the internal structures and vulnerabilities of living beings in ways that seemed to border on supernatural sight. His description of seeing through flesh and bone to perceive the flow of blood, the rhythm of breathing, and the weak points that could be exploited for maximum effectiveness revealed capabilities that traditional martial arts theory had never contemplated or addressed. This transparent world perception would later prove crucial for developing techniques that could overcome supernatural opponents whose abilities exceeded normal human limitations. The jealousy that began growing within Michikatsu's heart represented one of history's most tragic examples of how noble qualities could be corrupted by comparison and competition, as his genuine love for his brother became poisoned by recognition that Yoriichi's natural gifts exceeded anything that dedication and hard work could achieve. The realization that his years of training and effort had been surpassed instantly by someone who had never received formal instruction challenged fundamental beliefs about justice, merit, and the relationship between effort and reward that formed the foundation of samurai philosophy. This psychological wound would fester over decades until it transformed brotherly affection into deadly rivalry. The death of their beloved mother Akeno at the age of 24 represented a loss that affected the entire household but struck Yoriichi with particular intensity, as his enhanced emotional sensitivity made him acutely aware of the grief that filled every corner of their home like invisible fog that choked the joy from daily existence. Her passing removed the one person who had truly understood and protected his unusual nature, leaving him more isolated than ever, despite the formal respect that his demonstrated abilities had earned from family members who feared what they could not comprehend. The funeral ceremonies that honored her memory could not fill the void that her absence created in hearts that had depended on her gentle wisdom for guidance and comfort. The decision that Yoriichi made to leave his family home represented self-sacrifice that prioritized his brother's happiness and future over his own security and belonging, as he recognized that his presence would always represent a threat to Michikatsu's legitimate inheritance rights and peaceful assumption of clan leadership. This act of selfless love demonstrated the fundamental nobility of character that would define Yoriichi throughout his extraordinary life, as he chose exile and uncertainty rather than allowing his own gifts to create problems for the brother whose happiness mattered more to him than personal comfort or social position. His departure was accomplished quietly, without fanfare or demands for recognition, in keeping with his preference for actions that served others rather than glorifying himself. The father's desperate attempt to retrieve Yoriichi from his intended monastic life reflected belated recognition of the younger son's exceptional abilities and potential value to the clan's future. Yet this change of heart came too late to prevent the separation that would have profound consequences for both brothers and the world they would eventually reshape through their opposing paths. The search that revealed Yoriichi's complete disappearance demonstrated his determination to honor his decision despite the personal cost, as he had vanished so thoroughly that even trained trackers could find no trace of his passage through the mountainous terrain that surrounded their ancestral home. Michikatsu's interpretation of his father's search efforts as evidence of preference for the more gifted younger son revealed how jealousy could distort perception and transform innocent actions into confirmation of feared rejection, as his wounded pride made him unable to see genuine paternal love and concern in what appeared to be desperate attempts to reclaim the son whose abilities might prove more valuable than traditional inheritance rights. This misunderstanding would haunt Michikatsu throughout his long life, feeding resentment that grew stronger with each passing year, until it consumed every trace of the brotherly love that had once defined his relationship with the twin whose gifts he could never match. The journey that carried Yoriichi away from everything familiar led him through landscapes that seemed painted by divine artists, where mountain paths wound through forests of ancient cedar and bamboo that whispered secrets to those who possessed the spiritual sensitivity to hear nature's hidden wisdom. The rice fields that stretched across valleys like mirrors reflecting sky and cloud provided him with his first glimpse of agricultural life, where common people worked in harmony with natural rhythms that nobility rarely experienced directly. These ordinary scenes of rural existence opened his heart to understanding of how most people lived, far from the political intrigue and martial display that characterized aristocratic society. The encounter with Yuta represented one of history's most profound meetings between souls destined to find perfect completion in each other's company, as the orphaned girl whose family had been destroyed by disease possessed the same capacity for deep feeling and spiritual understanding that characterized Yoriichi's own nature. Her explanation of why she had come to catch tadpoles revealed both practical loneliness and philosophical wisdom that impressed him with its simple profundity, while her decision to release them, rather than separate them from their families, demonstrated the instinctive compassion that would make her the perfect companion for someone whose own life was dedicated to protecting rather than conquering. The tears that streamed down her face when he offered to accompany her home reflected joy so pure that it seemed to illuminate the entire rice field where they met. The decade that followed their meeting unfolded like a poem written in seasons of simple happiness, as Yoriichi and Yuta built a life together that demonstrated how love could create paradise from even the humblest circumstances, when two people understood and cherished each other completely. Their daily routines centered around the basic activities that sustained life: tending their small garden, preparing meals from what the earth provided, maintaining their modest dwelling, and finding endless fascination in conversations that ranged from practical concerns to philosophical speculation about the nature of existence and happiness. Yuta's gift for constant gentle chatter provided Yoriichi with the human connection he had craved throughout his isolated childhood, while her different perspective on life helped him understand viewpoints and experiences that his unusual abilities might otherwise have made inaccessible. The transparent world that Yoriichi perceived remained a secret between them, as Yuta accepted his enhanced abilities without fear or excessive curiosity, treating his extraordinary perceptions as simply another aspect of the man she loved, rather than supernatural gifts that required explanation or exploitation. Her matter-of-fact acceptance of his unusual nature provided him with the psychological foundation necessary for developing his abilities without the distortion that would have resulted from being viewed as either divine blessing or dangerous anomaly. This unconditional love created the emotional stability that would later enable him to use his gifts in service of protecting others rather than pursuing personal power or recognition. The marriage ceremony that united them at age 18 represented fulfillment of dreams that neither had dared express during their years of gradual courtship, as their love had grown so slowly and naturally that formal recognition seemed like simple acknowledgement of bonds that had already been forged through thousands of shared moments and experiences. The happiness that surrounded their wedding day seemed to bless not only their union, but the entire community that had come to know and respect them, as their obvious devotion to each other provided everyone who witnessed it with renewed faith in the possibility of genuine happiness, despite the hardships that characterized life during this turbulent period of Japanese history. The pregnancy that followed their marriage brought anticipation that multiplied their happiness while adding deeper meaning to their relationship, as they prepared to expand their perfect partnership into a family that would carry their love forward into the future through a child who would be blessed with the best qualities of both parents. Yuta's gentle excitement about becoming a mother was matched by Yoriichi's wonder at the new life growing within her, which his transparent world vision allowed him to perceive with clarity that filled him with awe at the miracle of creation and development that was occurring under his protection and care. The decision to seek a midwife in preparation for their child's birth represented Yoriichi's determination to provide Yuta with every possible assistance during the challenging process of delivery. Yet this act of loving preparation became the catalyst for tragedy that would transform his understanding of the world and his place within the eternal struggle between good and evil. The old man whom he encountered during his journey to find professional help was traveling to visit his wounded son, a mission that appealed to Yoriichi's natural compassion and sense of duty to assist others in need whenever possible. The choice to delay his own urgent mission in order to help someone else reflected the fundamental kindness that would later drive him to dedicate his life to protecting innocent people from supernatural threats. The massacre that awaited his return home shattered his world so completely that recovery seemed impossible, as the sight of Yuta's blood-stained form and their unborn child's destroyed future represented loss that exceeded human capacity to comprehend or endure. The 10 days that he spent holding her lifeless body reflected grief so profound that it transcended normal emotional categories to become a spiritual transformation that burned away every trace of the innocent young man he had been, leaving only crystallized determination to prevent other families from suffering similar tragedy. The ancestor of the Rengoku family who finally convinced him to provide proper burial for his beloved wife and child offered the first human contact that penetrated his anguish, providing practical wisdom about honoring the dead while caring for the living who remained. The revelation that demons were responsible for destroying his happiness gave focus to grief that might otherwise have consumed him entirely, as understanding the nature of his enemy provided direction for the rage and sorrow that threatened to overwhelm his sanity and will to continue existing. The decision to join the Demon Slayer Corps represented transformation from private citizen, living for personal happiness, to warrior dedicated to preventing the spread of evil that had stolen everything he valued from a world that suddenly seemed darker and more dangerous than he had ever imagined possible. His commitment to this new purpose burned with intensity that matched his previous love for Yuta, channeling emotional energy that could have destroyed him into determination to serve others who needed protection from supernatural threats. The sun breathing that Yoriichi developed represented humanity's first systematic approach to supernatural combat that could match demonic abilities through human will and technique, rather than relying on conventional weapons and tactics that had proven inadequate against opponents whose power exceeded natural limitations. These techniques emerged from his unique combination of transparent world perception, enhanced physical capabilities, and spiritual understanding that allowed him to analyze the fundamental weaknesses that all demons shared, despite their individual variations in strength and supernatural abilities. The breathing patterns that formed the foundation of his system were based on natural rhythms that connected human potential to cosmic forces, creating harmony between warrior and universe that multiplied effectiveness beyond what simple physical training could achieve. The inability of other demon slayers to master sun breathing in its pure form led to the development of derivative techniques that adapted Yoriichi's fundamental insights to individual capabilities and fighting styles, creating the diverse breathing schools that would characterize demon slayer operations throughout subsequent generations. These variations, wind, water, thunder, stone, and flame breathing among others, represented successful attempts to capture aspects of Yoriichi's revolutionary approach, while acknowledging that his complete system required abilities that few humans could develop or sustain. Each derivative style emphasized different aspects of the original techniques, while maintaining the essential principles that made supernatural combat possible for warriors whose dedication could compensate for limitations in natural talent. The impact that Yoriichi's innovations had on Demon Slayer effectiveness was immediate and dramatic, as techniques that had previously achieved only marginal success against weaker demons suddenly became capable of eliminating threats that had seemed invincible through conventional approaches. The transformation of scattered groups of struggling demon hunters into an effective organization capable of systematic resistance against supernatural evil represented one of history's most significant developments in the Eternal War. Between light and darkness, though the full implications of these changes would not become apparent until decades had passed and new generations of trained demon slayers had perfected the techniques that Yoriichi had created from his unique combination of ability, understanding, and absolute dedication to protecting innocent life from demonic predation. The years that followed Yoriichi's entry into the Demon Slayer Corps unfolded like chapters in a tale of gradually accumulating tragedy, as his unprecedented abilities in supernatural combat drew him inexorably toward encounters that would test not only his fighting skills, but the very foundations of his humanity and his capacity to maintain hope in the face of losses that seemed designed by cruel fate to strip away everything he held dear. The breath of the sun that he had created from his unique combination of transparent world perception and spiritual understanding transformed him into a weapon of such devastating effectiveness against demonic forces that his very presence on battlefields could turn the tide of engagements that had previously seemed hopeless. Yet this same power also isolated him from normal human connection in ways that echoed the loneliness of his childhood, despite being surrounded by fellow demon slayers who respected his abilities, even as they struggled to comprehend their source. The mountain paths that Yoriichi traveled during his demon hunting missions carried him through landscapes where supernatural evil had left scars that would never fully heal, villages where entire populations had been consumed by creatures whose hunger exceeded any natural predator's need for sustenance, farming communities reduced to collections of empty houses where the wind whistled through abandoned rooms that still held traces of lives that had been cut short without warning or mercy. These scenes of devastation strengthened his resolve, while deepening his understanding of the stakes involved in the war he had chosen to fight, as each rescued survivor and each cleared settlement represented victories that justified the personal costs of a life dedicated to hunting creatures that embodied everything he had learned to hate about the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of seemingly peaceful existence. The encounter that brought him face to face with his estranged brother occurred during one of these missions, when Michikatsu's own demon hunting activities intersected with Yoriichi's patrol through territory where reports of supernatural activity had drawn multiple groups of demon slayers seeking to eliminate threats that exceeded the capacity of local resistance to address effectively. The years of separation had transformed both brothers from the children they had once been into hardened warriors whose experiences with violence and loss had carved new lines into faces that still bore traces of their shared heritage. Yet the recognition that passed between them carried emotional weight that no amount of time or trauma could completely erase. The demon that had slaughtered Michikatsu's entire squadron represented a level of threat that conventional demon slayer techniques could barely address. Its speed and ferocity, overwhelming trained fighters whose courage and dedication proved insufficient against an opponent whose supernatural abilities had been honed through decades of successful predation on human communities. The effortless manner in which it had dispatched experienced warriors demonstrated the gap that still existed between human ambition and demonic reality, a gap that conventional training and traditional weapons could narrow but never completely close without innovations that went beyond what most demon slayers could achieve through dedication alone. Yoriichi's intervention in this battle lasted only moments, yet those few heartbeats contained revelations that would reshape Michikatsu's understanding of power, destiny, and the cosmic injustice that seemed to govern the distribution of ability and opportunity in a world where noble intentions often proved inadequate for achieving necessary results. The single sword stroke that eliminated a threat that had killed multiple skilled fighters represented not merely superior technique, but access to capabilities that transcended normal human limitations, demonstrating once again that Yoriichi's gifts operated according to rules that made conventional achievements seem primitive and inadequate by comparison. The decision that Michikatsu made to abandon his family responsibilities and join the Demon Slayer Corps officially was motivated by complex emotions that combined genuine desire to serve others with personal ambition to achieve the kind of recognition and effectiveness that his brother's example had shown to be possible, even as his deeper motivations remained poisoned by jealousy that he could neither acknowledge nor overcome. The rationalization that he offered himself and others focused on duty and service. Yet beneath these noble justifications lay the desperate need to prove that dedication and effort could eventually match natural gifts that seemed to operate beyond the reach of normal human striving. The family that Michikatsu left behind included wife and children whose security and happiness he sacrificed on the altar of his obsession with matching his brother's achievements, choosing personal ambition over domestic responsibility in ways that violated the very values he claimed to serve through his demon hunting activities. This abandonment of those who depended on him represented the first major moral compromise in a series of choices that would gradually erode his fundamental character while he pursued goals that grew more important to him than the people, whose welfare should have taken precedence over individual glory or recognition. The moon-breathing techniques that Michikatsu developed during his training represented his attempt to create a fighting style that could rival sun-breathing while remaining achievable through human effort and determination, rather than requiring supernatural gifts that seemed reserved for those chosen by cosmic forces beyond mortal comprehension. These techniques drew inspiration from Yoriichi's innovations while adapting them to capabilities that could be developed through practice and study, creating forms that were elegant and effective yet somehow lacking the transcendent quality that characterized their source material. The frustration that accompanied Michikatsu's inability to master sun-breathing directly reflected his growing awareness that some achievements might remain forever beyond reach regardless of how much effort and sacrifice he invested in pursuing them, a realization that challenged fundamental assumptions about justice, merit, and the relationship between virtue and reward that formed the foundation of his worldview. This psychological wound deepened with each unsuccessful attempt to access the transparent world, or achieve the seamless integration of breath and movement that made Yoriichi's techniques appear effortless despite their devastating effectiveness. The Demon Slayer mark that manifested on Michikatsu's face during his most intense training sessions represented both achievement and curse, as this sign of advanced mastery came with the terrible price that had claimed the lives of every previous mark-bearer who had lived beyond their 25th birthday. The knowledge that his enhanced abilities had purchased years of shortened lifespan created urgency that transformed his pursuit of strength from long-term goal into desperate race against time that would run out far sooner than natural death would have claimed him. The other pillars who developed marks during this golden age of demon slaying shared this same terrible bargain, trading quantity of life for quality of power that enabled them to protect innocent people from supernatural threats while accepting personal costs that made their service truly sacrificial in ways that ordinary heroism rarely achieved. These warriors, united by their willingness to die young if necessary to serve others, created brotherhood of shared destiny that strengthened their resolve while deepening their understanding of what genuine courage required when facing enemies whose power exceeded human limitations. The village that nestled in the shadow of Mount Kumatori, where Sumiyoshi and Suyako Kamado had chosen to make their home-occupied land that carried spiritual significance beyond its practical value as farming territory, as the mountain's connection to the blue spider lilies that had created the first demon made this region a focal point for supernatural forces that operated according to patterns too complex for human understanding to fully grasp. The young couple's decision to settle in this particular location seemed guided by intuition rather than conscious knowledge of the area's importance, yet their presence would prove crucial for preserving traditions and wisdom that might otherwise have been lost to time. The house that Sumiyoshi and Suyako discovered and restored had once been home to Yoriichi and Yuta during their brief period of perfect happiness, though the new residents initially remained unaware of the tragic history that connected their chosen dwelling to the greatest demon slayer of their era and the woman whose murder had transformed him from peaceful farmer into warrior, dedicated to protecting others from similar loss. The renovations that grateful neighbors provided in recognition of the couple's kindness and courage created improvements that honored both practical needs and spiritual significance, without disturbing the essential character that made this place suitable for souls who valued service over personal comfort. The rescue that brought Sumiyoshi and Suyako to local attention involved protecting a daimyo's wife and child during succession disputes that made travel dangerous for anyone connected to political authority, yet their motivation came from simple human compassion rather than calculated attempts to gain favor or reward from powerful patrons. Their willingness to risk their own safety for strangers demonstrated the fundamental nobility of character that would later make them worthy of receiving Yoriichi's most precious gifts and sacred responsibilities. The demon attack that threatened this peaceful household represented the kind of random violence that could strike anyone at any time during this era when supernatural predators roamed freely through human communities, selecting victims based on opportunity and hunger, rather than any cosmic justice or moral logic that might have provided comfort to those who survived such encounters. The timing of this assault during Suyako's advanced pregnancy added layers of potential tragedy that could have eliminated not only the current generation but future descendants who would carry forward traditions that were essential for humanity's long-term survival in its war against demonic evil. Yoriichi's arrival at precisely the moment when intervention could save lives, rather than merely avenge deaths, reflected either extraordinary coincidence or divine providence that operated through channels too subtle for human perception to detect or understand. Yet the practical result was rescue, that preserved a family whose future contributions to the demon-slaying cause would prove invaluable despite their apparent ordinariness. His pilgrimage to visit Yuta's grave had become routine that provided spiritual comfort while maintaining connection to the love that had defined his brief period of personal happiness before duty claimed his life entirely. The midwife whom Yoriichi summoned to assist with Suyako's labor represented the same kind of professional help he had been seeking when his own tragedy occurred. Yet this time his efforts to provide proper medical care achieved the positive outcome that had been denied to him when fate intervened to destroy his own family. The successful delivery of healthy baby Sumire provided Yoriichi with vicarious experience of the joy he had been denied, allowing him to witness the miracle of new life that demons had stolen from his own future. The gratitude that Sumiyoshi expressed through his promise to preserve Yoriichi's memory for future generations reflected understanding that he had witnessed something extraordinary in the quiet man whose intervention had saved his family, even if he could not fully comprehend the scope of power and purpose that had brought such a protector to their aid at the crucial moment. This commitment to remembrance would prove more important than either man could have imagined, as the stories and traditions that would be passed down through Kamado family generations would eventually provide crucial knowledge and inspiration for descendants who would face challenges that exceeded even Yoriichi's legendary capabilities. Yoriichi's humble response to this offered recognition revealed his genuine modesty, despite achievements that had already begun to establish his reputation as the greatest demon slayer in history, as his focus remained fixed on protecting others rather than accumulating personal glory or acknowledgement from those he served. His statement that he had failed to save anyone reflected the perfectionist standards that he applied to his own efforts, measuring success not by victories achieved, but by losses that might have been prevented if he had possessed greater wisdom, speed, or understanding of the enemy's capabilities and intentions. The 2 years that elapsed between Yoriichi's first meeting with the Kamado family and Michikatsu's transformation into a demon contained accumulating signs of the spiritual crisis that was consuming the older twin's formerly noble character, as his obsession with matching his brother's achievements gradually eroded the moral foundations that had previously guided his decisions and priorities. The mark that had granted him enhanced abilities came with the terrible knowledge that his remaining time was measured in months rather than decades, creating desperation that made previously unthinkable choices seem reasonable when viewed through the lens of approaching mortality. The approach that Muzan made to the increasingly desperate demon slayer represented temptation perfectly tailored to exploit the psychological vulnerabilities that jealousy and fear of death had created within Michikatsu's formerly strong character, offering eternal life and unlimited time to develop the strength that natural human limitations seemed determined to keep beyond his reach. The promise of immortality combined with supernatural enhancement appealed to pride that had been wounded by constant comparison to abilities he could never match through conventional means, while the opportunity to continue pursuing power indefinitely seemed to justify any moral compromises that transformation might require. The decision to accept demonic transformation represented the final step in Michikatsu's moral decline, as he chose personal ambition over the duty to protect innocent life that had supposedly motivated his entire demon-slaying career, trading his humanity for power that would eventually make him one of the greatest threats to the very people he had once sworn to serve. This choice reflected not momentary weakness, but fundamental character flaws that had been growing stronger throughout his adult life, fed by resentment and jealousy that had poisoned his capacity for selfless service, while disguising selfish motivations behind facades of noble purpose. Kokushibo's birth from this transformation created one of the most powerful demons in history, while eliminating one of the most capable demon slayers of his generation. representing a double victory for the forces of darkness that gained a formidable ally while depriving humanity of a warrior whose skills and knowledge could have saved countless lives if he had maintained his dedication to protecting others rather than pursuing personal glory. The irony of his situation, that demonic transformation granted him the immortality necessary to develop abilities that might someday match Yoriichi's, yet also made him the enemy of everything his brother represented, would torment him throughout centuries of existence as Muzan's most trusted lieutenant. The battle between Yoriichi and Muzan that occurred during this same period represented the closest that humanity would come to achieving final victory over demonic evil for centuries, as the encounter brought together the greatest demon slayer in history with the source of all supernatural corruption, in circumstances that could have ended the threat permanently if fortune had favored the forces of light rather than allowing darkness to escape through desperate cunning. The confrontation itself lasted only moments, yet those brief minutes contained enough power and significance to reshape the supernatural landscape for generations to come. The transparent world perception that allowed Yoriichi to analyze Muzan's internal structure revealed the Demon King's most carefully guarded secrets, including the multiple hearts and brains that provided redundancy against attacks that would have killed normal demons instantly, yet also exposed the fundamental vulnerabilities that made him mortal despite his supernatural enhancements. This analysis provided tactical intelligence that no other demon slayer had ever possessed, creating opportunity for strikes that could eliminate the source of demonic evil if executed with sufficient speed and precision to overcome regenerative abilities that exceeded anything previously encountered. The combination technique that Yoriichi employed against Muzan represented the pinnacle of sun-breathing mastery, integrating all forms into a single devastating assault that approached the theoretical limits of what human technique could achieve through perfect harmony between warrior, weapon, and cosmic forces that govern the eternal struggle between light and darkness. The attack succeeded in inflicting damage that Muzan's regenerative abilities could not immediately repair, creating the closest approach to permanent injury that the Demon King had experienced since his original transformation centuries earlier. The escape that Muzan achieved through desperate fragmentation of his body demonstrated the cunning and resourcefulness that had enabled him to survive for centuries, despite facing opponents whose dedication and skill should have been sufficient to eliminate him, yet also revealed the lengths to which he would go to avoid destruction, even at the cost of temporary weakness and vulnerability. The explosion into nearly 2,000 separate pieces represented calculated sacrifice of short-term power for long-term survival, accepting immediate disadvantage to prevent permanent elimination through Yoriichi's unprecedented assault. Yoriichi's success in destroying 1,500 of these fragments before the remainder escaped illustrated both the extraordinary capabilities that sun-breathing mastery could achieve and the limitations that even the greatest human warrior faced when confronting enemies whose supernatural abilities included forms of survival that transcended normal concepts of life and death. The 300 pieces that escaped provided sufficient material for Muzan's eventual regeneration, ensuring that the threat would continue to plague humanity, despite having come closer to elimination than ever before in recorded history. The psychological impact that this near defeat had on Muzan would influence his behavior for centuries to come, as the memory of how close he had come to permanent destruction created paranoid caution that affected every decision he made regarding demon slayers, and particularly those who might possess abilities similar to Yoriichi's legendary powers. The fear that this encounter instilled would shape his strategies and priorities throughout the remainder of his existence, making him simultaneously more dangerous through increased cunning and more vulnerable through the terror that clouded his judgment whenever he faced opponents who reminded him of the warrior who had almost ended his immortal existence. The aftermath of this battle brought Yoriichi face to face with the news that his beloved brother had chosen to become the very enemy that he had dedicated his life to fighting, transforming their personal tragedy into cosmic irony that would haunt him throughout his remaining years as he struggled to understand how love and jealousy could combine to create betrayal so complete and devastating. The revelation that Michikatsu had accepted demonic transformation represented loss that went beyond simple death to encompass spiritual corruption that made redemption impossible, while forcing Yoriichi to accept that his own gifts had inadvertently contributed to his brother's fall through the jealousy they had inspired. The exile that followed Yoriichi's failure to eliminate Muzan completely, and his inability to prevent his brother's transformation into the demon known as Kokushibo, carried weight that transcended simple organizational punishment, representing humanity's loss of its greatest protector at precisely the moment when such protection was most desperately needed. The Demon Slayer Corps leadership, faced with catastrophic failures that seemed to mock their faith in even their most capable warrior, chose banishment over execution through a combination of respect for Yoriichi's past service and recognition that killing him would eliminate humanity's best hope of eventually defeating threats that conventional methods could never address effectively. Yet this mercy came wrapped in condemnation that cut deeper than any blade, as exile meant abandonment by the only family he had known since Yuta's death. The child who served as leader of the Ubuyashiki clan during this dark period possessed wisdom that exceeded his tender years, understanding that Yoriichi's apparent failures represented not personal inadequacy, but the overwhelming nature of challenges that would have defeated any other warrior completely, while his unprecedented successes had demonstrated possibilities for victory that provided hope despite temporary setbacks. This 6-year-old boy's decision to spare Yoriichi's life, while assigning him the impossible task of killing his own brother, reflected both political necessity and deeper wisdom about the nature of justice and redemption that operated according to principles too complex for adult minds clouded by anger and disappointment to fully grasp. The mission that accompanied Yoriichi's exile, to seek out and destroy the demon that his brother had become, represented both punishment and opportunity, as success would prove his continued value to the organization that had rejected him, while failure would likely result in his death at the hands of an opponent whose supernatural enhancements had been designed specifically to surpass human limitations. The cruel irony of being ordered to kill the person he had once loved most in the world added psychological torture to practical challenges, creating internal conflicts that threatened to tear apart his already wounded soul. The solitary wandering that characterized Yoriichi's exile years took him through landscapes that had been transformed by the spreading influence of demonic corruption, as Muzan's survival and Kokushibo's new role as his most powerful lieutenant enabled the expansion of supernatural threats that conventional demon slayers could no longer contain effectively. Villages that had once prospered under the protection of organized demon hunting activities found themselves vulnerable to attacks that exceeded local capacity to resist, while the absence of Yoriichi's legendary abilities from active service created opportunities for demons to establish territories that had previously been too dangerous for them to occupy. The autumn visit that brought Yoriichi to the Kamado family home after years of isolation represented his desperate need for human connection with people who remembered him as protector rather than failure, seeking comfort in relationships that had been built on service and gratitude rather than organizational hierarchy and professional expectations. The The simple warmth of Sumiyoshi and Suyako's welcome provided balm for wounds that had been inflicted not by enemy action but by the judgment of those he had served most faithfully, reminding him that individual worth could not be measured solely by victories achieved or defeats prevented. The story that Yoriichi shared with Sumiyoshi during this visit represented the first time he had spoken openly about the losses and failures that had shaped his recent years. Finding in this humble charcoal seller a listener whose wisdom came not from formal education or martial training, but from fundamental understanding of human nature and the capacity for forgiveness that transcended simple judgment of success or failure, the telling of his tale served as confession that provided emotional release while preserving crucial knowledge that might otherwise have been lost to history when its bearer finally succumbed to the burdens he carried. The flowers that little Sumire presented to her honored guest represented innocence that had been preserved through her parents' sacrifices and the protection that Yoriichi's presence in their lives had provided, yet also symbolized hope for future generations who might grow up in a world where such gifts could be offered without fear of supernatural predation, destroying everything beautiful and pure. Her simple gesture of childish affection touched places in Yoriichi's heart that years of isolation and professional failure had nearly frozen, reminding him that his true purpose lay not in organizational recognition, but in protecting such moments of joy from forces that would consume them. The demonstration of sun-breathing that Suyako requested served multiple purposes beyond simple curiosity or entertainment, as her maternal instincts recognized the importance of preserving techniques that might prove crucial for her family's survival in a world where supernatural threats continued to multiply, despite the best efforts of those sworn to contain them. The performance that Yoriichi provided represented both farewell gift and sacred transmission, ensuring that knowledge which had taken a lifetime to develop would not die with him when age or enemy action finally claimed his extraordinary life. Sumiyoshi's careful observation and memorization of the sun-breathing forms reflected understanding that went beyond conscious recognition, as something within his spirit recognized the cosmic significance of what he was witnessing and responded with the kind of perfect attention that enabled flawless preservation of details that less sensitive observers might have missed or forgotten. This natural capacity for spiritual perception, combined with absolute dedication to honoring the trust that Yoriichi placed in him, created conditions necessary for maintaining traditions that would prove essential for future generations, facing challenges that exceeded even their legendary predecessors' achievements. The Hanafuda earrings that Yoriichi left with the Kamado family carried significance that extended far beyond their material value or aesthetic beauty, representing tangible connection to traditions and powers that stretched back through generations, to sources that had been forgotten by everyone except those chosen to serve as guardians of humanity's most precious spiritual treasures. These earrings, which had been blessed by his mother's prayers and worn during his greatest victories against demonic evil, would serve as both protection and identification for future bearers who inherited responsibilities they could not yet comprehend. The toy flute that Yoriichi retained as his only personal possession represented the last remaining connection to the brother he had once loved and would soon be required to kill, preserving memory of innocence and affection that had existed before jealousy and supernatural corruption destroyed everything noble about their relationship. This simple musical instrument, created by childish hands that had sought only to bring joy to a beloved sibling, became talisman that sustained hope for redemption, even as circumstances made such redemption increasingly impossible to achieve through any means except death. The scrap of fabric from Yuta's kimono that completed Yoriichi's meager collection of treasured possessions served as reminder of the love that had defined his brief period of perfect happiness, keeping alive memory of what he fought to preserve for others, even as personal joy remained forever beyond his own reach. This fragment of cloth, stained with tears and blessed by devotion that transcended death itself, connected him to purposes that went beyond duty or revenge to encompass the fundamental human need to protect what was beautiful and precious from forces that sought only destruction and consumption. The 65 years that passed between Yoriichi's exile and his final confrontation with Kokushibo contained countless encounters with demons whose elimination demonstrated that his abilities remained undiminished despite advancing age and accumulated emotional trauma. Yet, none of these victories could provide the sense of completion or peace that could only come through resolving the fundamental conflict that had defined his existence since learning of his brother's betrayal. Each demon destroyed and each life saved added to his legacy, while deepening his understanding that true success would require facing the one opponent whose defeat might cost him everything he had left to lose. The aging process that affected Yoriichi's physical form proceeded according to natural laws that even his supernatural abilities could not overcome, yet his essential power remained intact, despite the accumulation of decades that would have reduced ordinary warriors to shadows of their former capabilities. The mark that had claimed every other bearer by their 25th birthday seemed powerless to affect someone whose connection to cosmic forces operated according to principles that transcended normal human limitations, creating mystery that neither he nor his enemies could fully understand or predict. The search that finally brought him face to face with Kokushibo after more than half a century of separation occurred in circumstances that seemed orchestrated by fate itself, as if the universe had decided that the time had come for final resolution of conflicts that had been building since their childhood. In the mountains, where twin brothers had first discovered that love and jealousy could coexist within the same heart, the location where they met carried no particular significance beyond the simple fact that both warriors had been drawn there by forces that operated beyond conscious choice or tactical planning. The shock that Kokushibo experienced upon seeing his 80-year-old brother still moving with the grace and power that had characterized his youth revealed the demon's own limitations in understanding the relationship between human potential and cosmic forces that could sustain extraordinary individuals beyond normal temporal boundaries. The realization that someone bearing the Demon Slayer mark had not only survived past the fatal deadline, but had actually grown stronger with age-challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of power and mortality that had shaped Kokushibo's worldview throughout his centuries of demonic existence. The single sword stroke that brought Yoriichi within moments of eliminating Upper Moon 1 demonstrated that his legendary abilities remained capable of overcoming supernatural enhancements that had made his brother one of the most dangerous creatures in existence, proving that human dedication and spiritual purity could still triumph over demonic corruption when channeled through techniques that approached perfection. The transparent world perception that guided this attack revealed vulnerabilities that Kokushibo's centuries of combat experience had never previously exposed to any opponent brave enough or skilled enough to exploit them. Effectively, the panic that seized Kokushibo as he realized how close he had come to destruction reflected not only fear of death, but recognition that his long pursuit of power sufficient to defeat his younger brother had failed completely, leaving him still inferior to the human he had sought to surpass through supernatural transformation that had cost him everything noble about his original nature. This moment of terror contained awareness that all his sacrifices and moral compromises had been meaningless, that the strength he had purchased through becoming a demon remained inadequate for achieving the victory that had motivated his fall from grace. The death that claimed Yoriichi at the moment of his greatest triumph represented cruel irony that demonstrated how cosmic justice operated according to laws too complex for human understanding to fully grasp. As the warrior who had dedicated his entire existence to protecting others from supernatural evil was finally claimed by the one enemy he could never defeat through skill or determination alone. His natural lifespan extended far beyond normal limits through spiritual power and absolute dedication to his mission, finally reached its predetermined conclusion at precisely the moment when his success seemed most complete and meaningful. The standing death that characterized Yoriichi's final moments reflected the strength of will that had sustained him throughout his extraordinary life, as even mortality could not force him to yield or show weakness before the brother whose transformation into darkness had represented his greatest personal failure and deepest source of regret. This dignified departure from existence served as final lesson in the power of human spirit to transcend physical limitations through dedication to purposes greater than individual survival or comfort. Kokushibo's rage at being denied the fair battle he had craved for centuries revealed the fundamental emptiness that had characterized his demonic existence, as all his enhanced abilities and accumulated power meant nothing without the opportunity to prove superiority over the brother whose natural gifts had inspired his original jealousy and subsequent moral corruption. The realization that Yoriichi had died undefeated, having never met an opponent capable of matching his abilities in honest combat, represented ultimate frustration for someone whose entire identity had been built around the dream of eventual victory. The discovery of the childhood flute among Yoriichi's possessions provided Kokushibo with tangible evidence of the love that had once existed between them, demonstrating that despite everything that had transpired, the jealousy, the transformation, the centuries of separation and enmity, his brother had never completely abandoned hope that some trace of their original bond might survive the darkness that had consumed their relationship. This simple toy, preserved through decades of warfare and exile, became symbol of possibilities that had been lost through choices that could never be undone or forgiven. The decision to preserve the broken flute as personal talisman represented Kokushibo's acknowledgement that his brother's death had eliminated the last remaining purpose that had given meaning to his demonic existence, leaving him to face eternity without the goal that had sustained him through centuries of moral compromise and spiritual degradation. The splitting of this cherished relic seemed to mirror the division within his own nature, torn between demonic power and fading memories of human love that even supernatural corruption had been unable to completely destroy. The establishment of the 12 Kazuki system that followed these events reflected Muzan's recognition that individual demons, no matter how powerful, remained vulnerable to opponents who possessed abilities similar to Yoriichi's legendary capabilities, requiring organizational structures that could provide mutual support and coordinated response to threats that exceeded what any single creature could handle effectively. This hierarchical arrangement created incentives for improvement and competition among elite demons, while ensuring that humanity would never again come as close to achieving final victory as they had during the brief period when the greatest demon slayer in history had been active in their service. The ranks and numbers that defined positions within this demonic hierarchy represented attempts to quantify and systematize power relationships that had previously been understood only through individual combat results and personal reputation, creating structure that enabled more effective deployment of supernatural resources against organized resistance from demon slayers whose own capabilities continued evolving in response to increasing threats. The upper and lower moon designations provided clear indicators of relative strength while establishing advancement opportunities that motivated continued development of abilities that served Muzan's ultimate goal of achieving invulnerability through overwhelming superior force. The terror that Yoriichi's memory continued to inspire within Muzan's organization for centuries after his death demonstrated the lasting impact that individual excellence could have on conflicts that spanned generations, as even demons who had never faced him directly learned to fear techniques and approaches that bore resemblance to methods that had once brought their master so close to permanent destruction. This psychological advantage provided humanity with strategic benefits that extended far beyond the immediate tactical victories that sun-breathing and its derivatives could achieve in direct combat situations. The legacy that Yoriichi left behind encompassed not only the breathing techniques and combat innovations that would guide future generations of demon slayers, but the example of what human dedication could achieve when focused on protecting others rather than pursuing personal glory or recognition, demonstrating that true strength came from spiritual purity rather than supernatural enhancement or organizational authority. His life became legend that inspired countless warriors to surpass their own limitations while serving purposes greater than individual ambition or survival, creating traditions that would sustain resistance against demonic evil long after the man who founded them had passed beyond the reach of earthly conflicts into whatever realm awaited souls who had given everything in service of the light. The centuries that followed Yoriichi's death witnessed the gradual accumulation of darkness as Muzan's influence spread through Japan like poison seeping into groundwater, corrupting everything it touched while creating monsters whose human origins became increasingly difficult to recognize beneath layers of supernatural malevolence and accumulated evil. The demons who would eventually occupy the highest ranks within the 12 Kizuki system emerged from this expanding shadow, not as random victims of circumstance, but as individuals whose personal tragedies and moral weaknesses provided fertile ground for the kind of corruption that transformed human suffering into inhuman cruelty, creating creatures whose power was matched only by the depths of their spiritual degradation. In the year 1690, when autumn leaves painted the slums of Edo in colors that reminded observers of blood spilled on golden ground, a child was born into circumstances so desperate that survival itself represented a form of victory against odds that claimed most infants before their first winter had passed. This boy, who would be named Hakuji, by parents whose love for him exceeded their ability to provide material comfort or security, entered a world where poverty was not merely inconvenience, but daily struggle against forces that seemed determined to crush hope before it could take root in hearts that had already learned to expect disappointment rather than joy. The father who raised Hakuji alone after his wife's death in childbirth possessed the kind of gentle strength that could flourish even in environments where kindness was often seen as weakness and compassion as luxury that few could afford without risking their own survival. This man, whose name history never recorded but whose influence shaped the character of someone who would become one of history's most tragic figures, demonstrated through his daily actions that nobility of spirit was not dependent on wealth or social position, but on choices made when no one was watching, and when doing right offered no rewards beyond the satisfaction of maintaining one's humanity. despite circumstances that might excuse moral compromise. The sickness that gradually consumed Hakuji's father represented the kind of slow, inevitable tragedy that characterized life among Japan's poorest citizens. As medical care remained beyond the reach of those whose daily labor barely provided enough sustenance to maintain life from one season to the next, leaving families to watch helplessly as diseases that wealth could easily cure claimed their most beloved members through simple inability to afford treatment. The progressive weakness that reduced this kind man to shadow of his former vitality served as constant reminder to his young son that love alone was insufficient protection against forces that respected neither virtue nor devotion when determining who would live and who would die. The criminal activities that 11-year-old Hakuji began pursuing to obtain medicine for his dying father represented desperate measures taken by someone who had exhausted every legal means of acquiring resources necessary to save the person he loved most in the world, demonstrating how circumstances could push even fundamentally good people beyond the boundaries of law and social convention when faced with choices between moral purity and family loyalty. The pickpocketing and petty theft that he engaged in were motivated not by personal greed or malicious intent, but by filial devotion that made his father's survival more important than his own safety or social standing. The 3 arrests that marked Hakuji's brief criminal career brought him into contact with judicial authorities, whose harsh treatment of juvenile offenders reflected society's determination to discourage criminal behavior through punishment severe enough to serve as warning to others who might be tempted to choose illegal solutions to problems that conventional means could not address. The beatings that accompanied each arrest were designed to inflict not only physical pain, but psychological trauma that would associate criminal activity with suffering intense enough to outweigh whatever benefits such behavior might provide. The tattoos that marked Hakuji as repeat offender served as permanent brands that would identify him as criminal to anyone who saw them, ensuring that his reputation would follow him throughout his life, regardless of any attempts to reform or escape the consequences of choices made during desperate circumstances. These markings, applied with deliberate cruelty by officials who viewed public humiliation as an essential component of effective deterrence, transformed his body into advertisement of past mistakes that would forever limit his opportunities for legitimate employment or social acceptance. The threat of amputation that accompanied warnings about future criminal activity represented escalation in severity that demonstrated how quickly juvenile misbehavior could lead to permanent disability that would make normal life impossible, as losing one's hands in a society that depended on manual labor for most occupations would effectively sentence the offender to lifetime of begging or starvation. This prospect of mutilation served as ultimate deterrent that made clear the final consequences of continuing down paths that had begun with seemingly minor violations of social order. The suicide that claimed Hakuji's father represented the ultimate tragedy of good man destroyed by circumstances beyond his control, as his knowledge of his son's criminal activities, combined with his own inability to provide adequate care or guidance, created psychological burden, too heavy for spirit already weakened by physical illness and economic desperation. The letter that he left behind revealed depths of love and moral clarity that had somehow survived despite everything life had done to test and challenge his fundamental decency, offering final lessons about the importance of choosing honorable paths even when such choices led to suffering. The banishment that followed this tragedy forced Hakuji to leave everything familiar and begin existence as wanderer, whose criminal markings made him unwelcome in communities that had no tolerance for individuals whose past mistakes marked them as potential threats to law-abiding citizens. The anger that consumed him during this period of exile reflected not only grief over his father's death, but rage at social systems that condemned people to poverty and desperation while offering no legitimate means of escape from circumstances that made criminal behavior seem like reasonable survival strategy. The violence that characterized Hakuji's wandering years represented outlet for fury that had no other means of expression, as his attacks on random victims provided temporary release from psychological pain that threatened to destroy his sanity if he could not find ways to externalize the rage that burned within him like uncontrolled fire. The 7 adult men whom he nearly killed during one particularly brutal encounter demonstrated that his physical abilities had been enhanced by constant fighting and the kind of desperate strength that came from having nothing left to lose except life itself. The intervention that ended this cycle of violence came through Kizo, whose cheerful demeanor and obvious martial skills represented everything that Hakuji had never experienced. Confidence born of secure place in the world, happiness that came from meaningful work and loving relationships, and strength that was used to protect rather than destroy. This older man's willingness to approach someone who had just demonstrated capacity for extreme violence revealed either extraordinary courage or spiritual insight that recognized potential for redemption beneath layers of anger, despair that had accumulated through years of loss and betrayal. The defeat that Keizo inflicted upon Hakuji in their initial confrontation served multiple purposes beyond simple demonstration of superior fighting ability, as the ease with which he overcame someone who had been dominating other opponents revealed the difference between skill developed through proper training and raw aggression fueled by emotion rather than discipline. This lesson in humility provided Hakuji with his first glimpse of what true martial arts mastery could achieve when combined with wisdom and self-control, rather than being motivated purely by desire to inflict pain on others. The invitation to join the Soryu Dojo household represented offer of redemption that went far beyond simple employment opportunity, as Kizo's willingness to trust someone with such violent history demonstrated faith in human capacity for change that few people would have been brave enough or compassionate enough to extend to someone whose past actions provided little evidence of potential for reform. The responsibility of caring for Koyuki, Keizo's sickly daughter, placed Hakuji in position where his natural capacity for devoted service could be channeled toward positive purposes rather than destructive ones. The tragic history that had shaped Koyuki's character paralleled Hakuji's own experiences with loss and medical desperation, as her mother's suicide, in response to overwhelming stress, created bond of shared understanding between two people who had witnessed how psychological pressure could destroy even those who seemed strong enough to endure any hardship. The illness that weakened Koyuki's body while leaving her spirit intact provided Hakuji with opportunity to apply lessons learned from caring for his dying father, though this time his efforts would be supported by resources and community that had been absent during his earlier struggle. The tears that frequently overcame Koyuki during her recovery period reflected not physical pain, but emotional release that came from finally feeling safe enough to express vulnerabilities that she had been forced to suppress while struggling to survive in circumstances that offered little hope for improvement. Hakuji's awkward attempts to provide comfort revealed his lack of experience with normal human relationships, yet also demonstrated his genuine desire to help someone whose suffering resonated with his own memories of helplessness and loss. The motivation that Hakuji inadvertently provided through his casual comment about future opportunities to see fireworks revealed how simple expressions of confidence in someone's survival could provide psychological strength that exceeded what medical treatment alone could achieve, as hope became medicine that complemented physical care while addressing spiritual needs that conventional healing methods could not address. This moment marked the beginning of Koyuki's genuine recovery, as she began to believe that her life might extend beyond the immediate struggle against illness. The rival dojo's harassment campaign against the Soryu school represented the kind of systematic intimidation that stronger organizations often employed against smaller competitors, using economic pressure and social isolation to eliminate opposition without resorting to direct confrontation that might attract unwanted official attention. The attempts to prevent Kizo from recruiting students threatened not only his livelihood, but his ability to maintain the traditional teachings that his dojo represented, making the conflict about more than simple business competition. The cruelty that led rival dojo members to force Koyuki outside in harsh weather demonstrated how far some people would go to gain advantage over opponents, showing willingness to endanger innocent life in service of goals that should never have justified such extreme measures. This action crossed lines that transformed business dispute into personal vendetta, creating moral clarity that made violent response seem not only justified, but necessary for protecting those who could not protect themselves. The confrontation that resulted from this provocation allowed Hokuji to channel his fighting abilities toward righteous purpose for the first time in his life, as defending Koyuki and honoring Keizo's trust provided moral framework that transformed raw violence into protective action that served higher purposes than personal satisfaction or revenge. The defeat of 9 opponents demonstrated that his skills had been refined through training, while his motivation had been purified through love and loyalty rather than anger and desperation. The bell splitter technique that Hakuji employed during this battle represented innovation born of necessity and desperation, as his bare-handed attack on an armed opponent required creativity and precision that exceeded what conventional martial arts training typically developed. The success of this improvised technique against a sword blade demonstrated that determination combined with proper understanding of physical principles could overcome apparent disadvantages through intelligent application of available resources, rather than relying solely on superior equipment or numerical superiority. The recognition that rival dojo members expressed for Hokuji's technique revealed how genuine martial artistry could inspire respect even from opponents who had been motivated by jealousy and competitive hostility, as the beauty and effectiveness of his movement transcended personal animosity to create appreciation for skill that deserved acknowledgement regardless of political considerations. This moment of shared understanding between former enemies demonstrated martial arts' capacity to create connections that went beyond simple combat effectiveness to encompass spiritual dimensions of human excellence. The marriage proposal that Keizo offered to Hakuji at age 18 represented ultimate expression of trust and acceptance, as offering both his dojo and his daughter to someone whose background should have made such generosity impossible, demonstrated faith in human capacity for transformation that few people possessed the courage or wisdom to extend to those whose past mistakes had marked them as permanently unredeemable. This offer provided Hakuji with opportunity to build the kind of stable, loving life that he had never imagined could be possible for someone with his history. The festival conversation between Hakuji and Koyuki revealed depths of understanding and mutual affection that had developed through months of shared experience and gradual healing, as both individuals had overcome traumatic pasts to find in each other the possibility of happiness that neither had expected to achieve. Koyuki's concern about whether Hakuji truly wanted to marry her despite her illness demonstrated the self-doubt that chronic sickness could create, while his passionate reassurance of his commitment revealed how completely his priorities had been transformed by love. The vows that Hakuji made during this conversation went beyond conventional marriage promises to encompass absolute dedication that would have sustained him through any hardship or challenge that life might have presented, as his determination to protect Koyuki represented channeling of the same fierce loyalty that had motivated his criminal activities in service of his father, now directed towards someone whose welfare had become more important to him than his own survival or comfort. The poisoning that occurred during Hakuji's absence represented cruel timing that seemed designed by malicious fate to maximize the psychological impact of loss, as his visit to his father's grave to share news of his upcoming marriage became the very action that prevented him from being present when Koyuki and Keizo needed his protection most desperately. The contamination of their water supply demonstrated how easily determined enemies could strike at innocent people through methods that left no opportunity for heroic resistance or meaningful defense. The discovery that greeted Hakuji upon his return transformed what should have been celebration of new beginnings into confrontation with endings so complete and devastating that recovery seemed impossible, as the loss of both his beloved fiancé and surrogate father in single act of deliberate murder created wounds that went beyond simple grief to encompass spiritual destruction of everything that had given meaning to his reformed existence. The realization that his happiness had been stolen through calculated cruelty, designed specifically to cause maximum suffering, represented confrontation with evil that exceeded his previous understanding of human malice. The massacre that Hakuji perpetrated against the rival dojo that same night represented transformation from protective violence into pure vengeance, as his systematic elimination of 67 people demonstrated how grief and rage could corrupt even legitimate anger into something that transcended justice to become manifestation of the very evil he had originally sought to oppose. The brutality that characterized these killings reflected not calculated strategy, but emotional explosion that reduced human beings to objects upon which psychological pain could be temporarily externalized through physical destruction. The attention that this unprecedented violence attracted from Muzan represented recognition that such intensity of emotion and capacity for devastation could be useful for supernatural purposes, as the Demon King understood that individuals capable of such complete moral breakdown often possessed spiritual vulnerabilities that could be exploited to create servants whose power was matched by their willingness to embrace darkness. The transformation that followed represented not reward for Hakuji's actions, but punishment disguised as gift, trapping him forever in existence dedicated to the very violence that had destroyed his humanity. The birth of Hantengu several decades later occurred under circumstances that seemed designed to produce an individual whose psychological instability would make him ideal candidate for demonic corruption, as his upbringing in environments where normal moral development was impossible created personality disorders that would eventually manifest as the multiple identity condition that characterized his demonic existence. The early years of his life, spent in communities where crime was normalized and violence was accepted as standard method for resolving disputes, provided no positive role models or spiritual guidance that might have counteracted his natural tendency toward antisocial behavior. The criminal career that defined Hantengu's adult years represented systematic progression through increasingly serious violations of law and morality, as his initial petty crimes gradually evolved into major felonies that demonstrated complete absence of empathy or concern for the welfare of others. The murders that he committed during robbery attempts were motivated not by necessity, but by casual indifference to human life that treated victims as obstacles to be removed. rather than people whose deaths would cause suffering to families and communities that depended on them. The delusions that characterized Han Tengu's self-perception allowed him to maintain innocence in his own mind despite overwhelming evidence of his guilt, as his psychological inability to accept responsibility for his actions created elaborate justification systems that blamed external forces for crimes that he had planned and executed entirely through his own choices. The claim that his hands alone were responsible for his murders represented dissociation from personal agency that would later manifest as literal multiplication of identity, when demonic transformation provided physical manifestation of his fractured psyche. The marriages that Han Tengu entered into during his criminal period were motivated not by genuine affection but by desire to exploit women whose resources or social connections could provide cover for his illegal activities. While his conviction that these wives were mistreating him revealed paranoid thinking that transformed normal domestic disagreements into justifications for extreme violence. The murders of multiple wives and their children demonstrated how his delusions could escalate ordinary conflicts into tragedies that destroyed entire families through his inability to distinguish between perceived slights and actual threats. The capture and trial that finally ended Han Tengu's human criminal career occurred only because his increasingly reckless behavior had attracted attention from law enforcement officials, whose persistence eventually overcame his cunning and luck, bringing him face to face with justice that society had been attempting to impose upon him throughout his adult life. The death sentence that resulted from his conviction represented appropriate response to crimes that had demonstrated complete disregard for human life and social order, yet also created opportunity for supernatural intervention that would transform individual criminal into threat to countless innocent people. The approach that Muzan made to Han Tengu during his imprisonment appealed to his victim mentality and sense of persecution, offering demonic transformation as escape from consequences that he had earned through his own choices, while simultaneously providing power that would enable him to continue his pattern of violence on scale that human limitations had previously made impossible. The acceptance of this offer represented final step in moral degradation that had begun with his first conscious choice to place personal desires above consideration for others' welfare. The birth of Doma in 1763 brought into existence an individual whose fundamental inability to experience normal human emotions would make him perhaps the most dangerous demon in Muzan's hierarchy, as his complete lack of empathy, combined with supernatural intelligence and power, created predator whose victims never realized their danger until escape had become impossible. The extraordinary beauty that marked him from infancy seemed designed to facilitate the deception and manipulation that would characterize his entire existence, providing him with advantages in social situations that he would exploit without conscience or restraint throughout his long life. The cult that formed around young Doma represented human tendency to seek spiritual guidance from those who appeared to possess wisdom or connection to divine forces, yet the worship that he received was based entirely on superficial characteristics rather than genuine spiritual insight or moral authority. His parents' decision to exploit their son's unusual appearance for financial gain demonstrated how easily religious faith could be corrupted when combined with greed and willingness to deceive desperate people who sought comfort and meaning in lives marked by suffering and uncertainty. The boredom that characterized Doma's response to his followers' pleas for spiritual guidance revealed the fundamental emptiness that lay beneath his beautiful exterior, as his complete inability to understand or care about human suffering made him incapable of providing genuine help even when people's need for assistance was desperate and sincere. The tears that he shed during these encounters were motivated not by compassion, but by frustration at his own inability to comprehend emotions that seemed so important to others, yet remained completely inaccessible to his own experience. The family tragedy that occurred during Doma's childhood, when his mother's mental breakdown led to murder-suicide, that should have been traumatic enough to affect any normal child's development, instead provided him with his first direct experience of how easily human life could be extinguished and how little emotional impact such violence had on his own psychological state. His primary concern about the mess and smell created by his parents' deaths revealed priorities that would characterize his entire approach to human relationships, viewing people as sources of inconvenience rather than beings worthy of consideration or respect. The twins, who would become known as Daki and Gyutaro, were born into circumstances that represented the absolute bottom of Japanese social hierarchy, as their mother's profession as prostitute in the entertainment district's lowest class establishments meant that their lives began in environments where human dignity was routinely traded for survival, and where children learned, from their earliest moments, that their worth was determined entirely by their usefulness to others. The district known as Rashamungasi, where sick and aging geishas were sent to spend their final years serving clients who could afford no better, provided backdrop of desperation and degradation that would shape both children's understanding of human nature and social relationships. The mental instability that characterized their mother's behavior reflected psychological damage that years of abuse and exploitation had inflicted upon someone who had originally possessed the same capacity for love and hope that defined all human beings, yet circumstances had systematically destroyed her ability to provide the nurturing and protection that children require for healthy development. Her repeated attempts to kill herself and her son revealed how completely despair had consumed her spirit, while her survival created ongoing trauma that affected every aspect of family dynamics. The physical ugliness that marked Gyutaro from birth made him target for cruelty from community members who viewed his appearance as reflection of moral contamination rather than simple genetic variation, creating childhood experiences that consisted almost entirely of rejection, mockery, and abuse that taught him to expect hatred rather than kindness from every human interaction. The contrast between his sister's extraordinary beauty and his own repulsive features created psychological wounds that would never heal, as he learned to see himself as monster, unworthy of love or acceptance, while simultaneously developing fierce protective instincts toward the one person whose welfare mattered more to him than his own survival. The beauty that distinguished Ume from every other person in their community provided her with advantages that her brother could never possess, yet also made her commodity, whose value was determined entirely by others' desire, rather than her own humanity or individual worth. The high-end brothel that eventually claimed her services represented elevation in social status that came at cost of personal freedom, as her extraordinary appearance made her too valuable to be allowed normal human relationships or choices about her own future. The insult that triggered the violence which would transform both siblings into demons occurred when a customer's casual cruelty toward Gyutaro provoked Ume to defend her beloved brother through impulsive action that demonstrated how, completely, their mutual devotion transcended normal considerations of safety or social consequences. The hairpin that she drove into the samurai's eye represented weapon of desperation rather than calculated violence. Yet the symbolic significance of this act, beautiful object used to destroy sight that perceived only ugliness and cruelty, created poetic justice that their subsequent transformation would corrupt into eternal pursuit of vengeance. The burning that served as punishment for Ume's assault represented deliberate torture designed to destroy not only life but beauty that had been the source of her power and protection, reducing her to nothing more than suffering flesh, while demonstrating how quickly advantage could be transformed into vulnerability when those in authority decided that individual had transgressed beyond limits of acceptable behavior. The agony that preceded her death provided preview of spiritual torment that would characterize her demonic existence, as physical pain became template for emotional suffering that no amount of supernatural power could ever fully heal. The discovery that awaited Gyutaro when he arrived to rescue his sister created confrontation with horror that exceeded his worst nightmares, as the charred remains that had once been the most beautiful person in his world demonstrated how quickly everything he valued could be stolen by those whose power gave them license to destroy innocent life without consequence or accountability. The rage that consumed him during the murders that followed represented emotional explosion that had been building throughout years of accumulated injustice, finally finding outlet in violence that matched the brutality that society had shown toward his family. The appearance of Doma during this moment of ultimate despair provided supernatural intervention that transformed personal tragedy into eternal servitude, as the upper moon's offer of demonic transformation appealed to desire for power sufficient to prevent future loss, while simultaneously ensuring that such power could never be used to recover what had already been destroyed. The pity that motivated this offer was entirely superficial, as Doma's inability to experience genuine emotion meant that his assistance was provided more from curiosity than compassion, making him savior and destroyer simultaneously. The stories of Nakime and Gyoko, though less detailed in their specific circumstances, followed similar patterns of human tragedy, transformed into supernatural malevolence through Muzan's intervention during moments when psychological vulnerabilities created opportunities for corruption that normal moral resistance might have prevented. Nakime's transformation from struggling musician into murderous artist demonstrated how creative talent could be perverted when combined with desperation and exposure to violence, while her discovery that killing enhanced her musical performances created addiction to death that made demonic transformation seem like natural progression rather than fundamental change in her nature. Gyoko's fascination with death and decay, which began with childhood exposure to his parents' drowned corpses, represented psychological damage that twisted natural human curiosity about mortality into obsession with destruction and suffering that found artistic expression in displays of human remains arranged according to aesthetic principles that only he could understand or appreciate. The potter's art that he practiced as human provided skills that would be corrupted into creating vessels from human flesh and bone, transforming creative capacity into manifestation of evil that exceeded what mere violence could achieve in terms of psychological impact on both victims and witnesses. The transformation of each individual human being into demonic monster represented not random occurrence but systematic exploitation of psychological vulnerabilities that made certain people more susceptible to corruption when exposed to supernatural influence during moments of extreme despair, rage, or spiritual emptiness. Muzan's success in identifying and recruiting such individuals demonstrated understanding of human nature that exceeded what ordinary observation could provide, suggesting access to insights about moral weakness and emotional fragility that enabled him to target those whose fall would create maximum damage to social order and human confidence in fundamental goodness of existence itself. The generation of warriors who would come to be known as the modern Hashira emerged from the crucible of late 19th and early 20th century Japan like tempered steel drawn from forge fires, each individual shaped by personal tragedies and moral trials that transformed ordinary people into extraordinary defenders of humanity against supernatural evil that most citizens never suspected existed in the shadows of their rapidly modernizing world. These future pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps were born during decades when traditional ways of life collided violently with foreign influences and technological changes, creating social upheaval that provided ideal conditions for both demonic predation and the forging of spirits strong enough to resist such predation through dedication that transcended normal human limitations. The stone that would anchor this generation of protectors was born on the 23rd day of August in 1889, when a child who would be named Gyomei Himejima entered a world that seemed determined to test his capacity for faith and compassion through trials that would have broken lesser souls before they reached adulthood. The blindness that marked him from birth might have been seen as cruel disadvantage by those who measured human worth through conventional capabilities. Yet this apparent limitation would prove to be a source of strength that enabled him to perceive spiritual dimensions of existence that remained invisible to those who relied solely on physical sight for understanding the nature of reality and moral truth. The temple where Gyomei spent his early years provided sanctuary not only for his own development, but for 9 other children whose circumstances had left them without family or community support, creating household bound together by shared vulnerability and mutual dependence rather than blood relationships or social convention. This collection of orphan souls, ranging in age from infancy to adolescence, represented microcosm of human society where individual survival depended on cooperation and sacrifice that put collective welfare ahead of personal comfort or safety. The mountain location that housed this improvised family had been chosen specifically for its isolation from communities where their presence might be seen as burden or reminder of social problems that conventional solutions could not address. Yet this same remoteness also made them vulnerable to supernatural threats that more populated areas could avoid through simple strength of numbers and constant human activity. The wisteria incense that Gyomei burned each evening represented both practical precaution and spiritual ritual that connected their humble dwelling to traditions of protection that stretched back through generations of those who understood that some dangers could only be addressed through faith and vigilance rather than physical barriers or human guards. The rules that governed daily life within this mountain sanctuary were simple but absolute, as Gyomei understood that survival in such dangerous territory required discipline that could not be compromised by individual preferences or temporary desires for freedom from restrictions that might seem arbitrary to young minds not yet capable of understanding the deadly consequences that could result from casual violations of established safety protocols. The requirement that no one venture beyond the temple boundaries after dark represented acknowledgement that evil forces operated according to schedules that made certain times and places particularly hazardous for those who lacked supernatural abilities to defend themselves. The betrayal that shattered this peaceful existence came from within rather than without, as one of the children under Gyomei's protection chose personal survival over loyalty to the family that had provided him with love and security throughout his young life. The demon that this treacherous child encountered during his forbidden nocturnal expedition represented exactly the kind of threat that Gyomei's precautions had been designed to prevent, yet the boy's willingness to sacrifice his guardians and siblings in exchange for his own safety demonstrated how fear could corrupt even those who had been raised in environments that should have fostered courage and moral strength. The extinguishing of the protective incense that preceded the demon's assault represented more than simple sabotage, as this act of deliberate destruction eliminated spiritual barriers that had kept supernatural evil at bay. while creating conditions where innocent children would be defenseless against a creature whose hunger for human flesh was matched only by its capacity for psychological torment through prolonged suffering rather than quick death. The darkness that followed this betrayal was both literal and metaphorical, as physical shadows concealed horror that would destroy most of the family that Gyomei had worked so hard to protect and nurture. The massacre that unfolded during the hours before dawn demonstrated how quickly safety could transform into nightmare when supernatural predators gained access to human communities whose residents lacked both knowledge of what they faced and tools necessary for effective resistance against opponents whose abilities transcended normal understanding of physical limitations. 4 children died before the others could react to sounds that should have alerted them to danger. Yet their deaths were swift compared to what awaited those who survived initial assault, only to become subjects of extended torture. The panic that seized surviving children reflected natural human response to threats that exceeded their comprehension. As their young minds struggled to process evidence of evil that challenged fundamental assumptions about safety and protection that adults had taught them to expect in environments where loving authority figures maintained vigilant watch over their welfare. The decision to flee, rather than follow Gyomei's instructions to remain within consecrated areas, represented understandable attempt to escape horror through physical distance, yet also ensured their destruction by separating them from the only person whose abilities might have enabled their survival. The distrust that motivated this fatal disobedience stemmed from reasonable assessment of Gyomei's apparent limitations, as his blindness and gentle manner seemed inadequate protection against threats that had already demonstrated capacity to kill experienced adults with casual ease. Their inability to perceive spiritual strength that lay beneath his physical disabilities led them to abandon the one source of genuine safety available to them in favor of desperate flight that delivered them directly into creature whose supernatural senses made escape through normal means. Impossible. The youngest child who remained behind demonstrated wisdom that exceeded her years through simple faith in authority figure, whose kindness had never failed to protect her from lesser dangers that had threatened their mountain sanctuary. In the past, little Sayo's decision to trust Gyomei, despite evidence that seemed to suggest his inadequacy for their current crisis, reflected spiritual insight that recognized true strength beneath surface appearances, enabling her to become sole survivor of tragedy that claimed 8 other young lives through combination of demonic malice and human panic. The transformation that occurred when Gyomei finally understood the full scope of threat facing his beloved children represented awakening of power that had lain dormant throughout years of gentle service, as righteous fury replaced his customary calm, while spiritual energy that he had channeled into prayer and meditation suddenly found expression through physical capabilities that exceeded normal human limitations by margins that seemed impossible until witnessed directly. The frightening amount of strength that emerged during this crisis had been present all along, requiring only sufficient motivation to manifest in forms that could address supernatural threats through direct confrontation. The battle that followed lasted until sunrise painted the mountain peaks with colors that transformed scene of horror into tableau of divine justice, as Gyomei's bare hands proved more effective against demonic flesh than conventional weapons might have been, demonstrating how spiritual purity could overcome supernatural corruption when channeled through absolute dedication to protecting innocent life from evil that sought only destruction and consumption. The creature's head, repeatedly struck with force that ordinary human strength could never have generated, eventually yielded to assault that continued without pause or mercy, until natural light eliminated any possibility of regeneration. The misunderstanding that arose when rescuers finally arrived reflected how quickly heroes could be transformed into villains through incomplete information and assumptions based on surface appearances, rather than careful investigation of actual circumstances, as Seo's traumatized declaration that Gyomei had killed everyone was interpreted as accusation against the very person who had saved her life, rather than confused reference to demon whose destruction had eliminated immediate threat. The blood that covered his hands and clothes seemed to confirm guilt that rational analysis might have questioned if observers had possessed knowledge of supernatural warfare. The imprisonment that followed this tragic misinterpretation represented injustice that compounded original tragedy through society's inability to acknowledge realities that operated beyond conventional understanding of crime and punishment, as legal systems designed to address human conflicts proved inadequate for situations involving supernatural elements that challenged fundamental assumptions about causation and responsibility. The death sentence that awaited Gyomei reflected not malicious prosecution, but institutional blindness to possibilities that exceeded normal experience. The intervention that saved Gyomei from execution came through Kagaya Ubuyashiki's recognition that such extraordinary circumstances required investigation that went beyond surface appearances to examine underlying truths that conventional authorities had neither knowledge nor wisdom to perceive accurately. The young leader's understanding of supernatural warfare enabled him to recognize signs of legitimate demon-slaying activity, where others saw only evidence of multiple homicide, providing Gyomei with opportunity to channel his abilities toward protecting society rather than being destroyed by misunderstanding. The rapid promotion that elevated Gyomei to Stone Hashira rank within 2 months of joining the Demon Slayer Corps reflected not organizational favoritism, but acknowledgement of abilities that had already been tested under most extreme circonstances possibles, as his success in protecting even one child against demon attack using only natural strength and spiritual determination demonstrated readiness for responsibilities that normally required years of training and experience to develop. Seifi. The birth of Tengen Uzui, 3 years later, on the 31st day of October in 1892, brought into existence someone whose background in systematic violence and calculated dehumanization would provide unique preparation for supernatural warfare, though the journey from Shinobi Clan heir to Demon Slayer pillar would require moral transformation that challenged everything he had been taught about duty, loyalty, and the proper relationship between individual desires and family obligations. The Shinobi clan that raised Tengen operated according to principles that prioritized mission success above human compassion, teaching children from birth that emotional attachments were weaknesses that could compromise operational effectiveness, while personal relationships existed only to serve larger strategic purposes rather than providing genuine intimacy or mutual support. The 9 children born into this environment represented resources to be developed and expended according to clan needs, rather than individuals whose welfare mattered independently of their utility for advancing family interests. The deaths of 3 siblings before they reached their 10th birthday reflected not accidental tragedy, but predictable consequences of training methods designed to eliminate weakness through systematic exposure to dangers that claimed lives of those who lacked either sufficient natural ability or adequate mental resilience to survive educational processes that treated child mortality as acceptable price for creating warriors whose capabilities exceeded normal human limitations through conditioning that began in infancy. The combat training that claimed these young lives involved forcing masked siblings to fight each other without knowledge of their opponents' identities, creating psychological trauma that served dual purposes of eliminating emotional attachments that might interfere with future operations, while developing fighting skills through exposure to deadly force that made practice sessions indistinguishable from actual combat situations. The discovery that he had killed 2 of his own brothers during these exercises provided Tengen with education in moral consequences of blind obedience that would eventually motivate his rebellion against clan authority. The polygamous marriage customs that required him to accept 3 wives chosen by clan leadership represented systematic attempt to control his emotional life, while ensuring that future generations would be produced according to strategic planning rather than personal affection or romantic attachment. These women, trained from birth as kunoichi, whose primary loyalties belonged to clan rather than husband, were intended to serve as operational partners, whose skills complemented his own, while providing clan leaders with additional leverage over his behavior through threat to their safety. The teaching methods that emphasized complete subordination of individual will to clan objectives included indoctrination, designed to make members view themselves as expendable tools whose value existed only in relation to mission, success, while personal desires or moral qualms were characterized as selfish weakness that betrayed sacred obligations to ancestors whose sacrifices had built clan power through generations of accumulated knowledge and carefully maintained secrecy. The psychological programming involved constant repetition of principles that denied legitimacy of individual conscience when it conflicted with organizational requirements. The breaking point that led to Tengen's departure from clan territory occurred when he realized that his surviving brother had completely internalized these dehumanizing teachings, accepting, without question or regret, the necessity of killing family members when ordered to do so by leadership, whose authority was presented as absolute and beyond moral scrutiny. This revelation demonstrated how thoroughly clan indoctrination could corrupt natural human instincts toward love and protection, transforming potential allies into threats whose loyalty to abstract principles exceeded their attachment to blood relationships. The escape that Tengen orchestrated for himself and his 3 wives required careful planning and execution that utilized skills clan had taught him, while simultaneously betraying every principle they had sought to instill, as he turned their own training against them to achieve freedom that clan philosophy maintained was impossible without destroying individual identity and purpose. The successful completion of this operation demonstrated that their methods had created capabilities that could be used for purposes they had never intended to serve. The anguish that followed his departure reflected not regret over choices made, but uncertainty about decisions not made, as Tengen struggled with question of whether complete elimination of clan might have been morally superior to selective escape that left corrupt system intact to continue destroying future generations of children through training methods that treated human dignity as obstacle to operational effectiveness. The knowledge that his father and brother remained alive to perpetuate traditions he had rejected created ongoing moral burden that time and distance could not completely resolve. The birth of Giyu Tomioka on the 8th day of February in 1894 introduced future Water Hashira, whose emotional development would be shaped by early loss and survivor guilt that created psychological armor protecting him from further attachment, while simultaneously driving him to dedicate his life to preventing others from experiencing similar trauma through his failure to provide adequate protection when circumstances demanded heroic intervention. The sister whose sacrifice defined Giyu's understanding of love and duty represented everything noble about human relationships, as Tsutako's willingness to die protecting her younger brother demonstrated how completely genuine affection could transcend self-preservation when faced with choices between personal safety and welfare of those whose happiness mattered more than individual survival. Her death at demon hands provided Giyu with early education in supernatural evil, while creating psychological wounds that would influence every subsequent decision he made about relationships and responsibilities. The disbelief that greeted Giyu's attempts to explain his sister's death reflected society's general inability to acknowledge supernatural threats that operated beyond conventional understanding of danger and violence, as authorities and relatives interpreted his accounts of demonic attack as evidence of mental illness rather than accurate description of forces that most people preferred to deny rather than confront. This dismissal of truth created isolation that compounded original trauma, while teaching him that genuine service to others might require accepting misunderstanding and rejection from those he sought to protect. The training that eventually brought Giyu under Sakonji Urokodaki's guidance provided both practical education in demon slayer techniques and surrogate family relationship that partially compensated for losses that had defined his childhood, yet also introduced him to competition and comparison that would create new forms of psychological pressure through friendship with Sabito, whose natural abilities seemed to exceed his own, despite shared dedication and equivalent training. Efforts. The final selection that tested both young men represented culmination of years of preparation and training that should have prepared them for challenges they would face as active demon slayers. Yet the realities of supernatural combat proved more complex and dangerous than even comprehensive education could anticipate, as individual demons possessed unique capabilities that required adaptation and innovation beyond what standardized training could provide. The rescue that Sabito provided during Giyu's moment of greatest vulnerability demonstrated both friendship that transcended competitive concerns and individual sacrifice that characterized genuine heroism, as his decision to face overwhelming odds alone enabled his friend's survival, while ensuring his own death through calculations that prioritized collective success over personal survival. This act of ultimate loyalty created debt that Giyu could never repay except through dedicating his own life to service that honored memory of someone whose sacrifice had given him opportunities to protect others. The survivor guilt that resulted from being sole surviving participant in final selection that should have claimed his life instead of his superior friend created psychological burden that would influence every aspect of Giyu's subsequent development, as his success felt unearned, while his continued existence seemed to represent cosmic injustice that had preserved inferior talent while eliminating superior ability that could have contributed more effectively to humanity's protection from supernatural threats. The birth of Sanemi Shinazugawa, later that same year, on the 21st day of November, brought into existence someone whose capacity for violence and hatred would be tempered by experiences that demonstrated how thin the line between protector and destroyer could become when supernatural corruption invaded family relationships that should have provided sanctuary and love, but instead became source of trauma that no amount of subsequent heroism could completely heal. The family that raised Sanemi included multiple siblings whose welfare became his responsibility when circumstances transformed him from ordinary eldest son into primary provider and protector for a household whose survival depended on his ability to assume adult responsibilities while still developing his own identity and moral framework. The poverty that characterized their daily existence required constant struggle against forces that threatened to destroy family unity through desperation and despair that could corrupt even strongest bonds when basic needs remained unmet. Despite maximum effort, The mother whose transformation into demon represented ultimate nightmare scenario for family whose love had been tested by hardship but never broken by external pressures, as supernatural corruption turned source of comfort and protection into threat that exceeded anything they had previously faced. While creating moral dilemma, that forced choice between sentiment and survival that no child should ever be required to make, the attack that claimed 5 siblings in single night of horror demonstrated how quickly domestic tranquility could transform into scene from nightmare when demonic hunger invaded spaces that should have remained sacred to family bonds and mutual protection, as creature that had once provided maternal care became predator whose supernatural strength made resistance seem futile, despite desperate courage of those who refused to accept destruction of everything they held dear. The scars that marked Sanemi's face during his confrontation with transformed mother represented both physical evidence of supernatural combat and spiritual wounds that would never completely heal, as violence necessary to protect surviving family member required him to destroy someone whose love had shaped his character while creating guilt that rational understanding could never fully resolve. The Marichi blood that gave him tactical advantage during this battle also marked him as perpetual target for demonic attention throughout his future career. The accusation that Genya leveled against his brother reflected traumatized child's inability to comprehend circumstances that exceeded normal understanding of family relationships and protective violence, as his perception of Sanemi as murderer rather than savior created rift between survivors that would persist for years, despite underlying love that neither brother could completely abandon, even when communication became impossible through accumulated misunderstanding and pride. The abandonment that followed this confrontation represented Sanemi's attempt to protect remaining family member from association with someone whose destiny seemed linked to violence and supernatural danger, yet also reflected psychological damage that made normal relationships impossible for someone whose experience with demonic evil had destroyed faith in possibility of lasting happiness or security through human connection. The mountain slopes where Tanjiro Kamado spent his childhood years seemed to exist in harmony with rhythms older than human civilization, where seasons changed according to patterns that connected earth and sky through cycles of growth and rest that had governed this landscape since before the first people learned to kindle fires or speak words that carried meaning beyond immediate survival needs. The house that sheltered the Kamado family had been built by ancestors whose names were remembered in stories passed down through generations, each beam and stone placed with attention to details that modern builders might dismiss as superstition, yet which created dwelling that breathed with the mountain itself, providing sanctuary that felt more like extension of natural world than human imposition upon wilderness that tolerated their presence with benevolent indifference. The boy who would someday become one of history's most extraordinary demon slayers was born on the 14th day of July in 1899, when summer heat painted the mountainside in shades of green so deep they seemed to absorb sunlight and transform it into something approaching liquid emerald that flowed down slopes like slow rivers, carrying promises of abundance and peace. Tanjiro's arrival into the world was attended by midwives whose families had served the Kamado lineage for generations, women whose weathered hands had guided countless births, while their aged eyes recognized signs and portents that connected each new life to spiritual currents flowing beneath surface appearances of ordinary rural existence. The red hair that crowned Tanjiro's infant head caught morning light in ways that seemed to echo flames dancing in hearth fires, while his eyes reflected depths that suggested wisdom accumulated through lifetimes spent in service to purposes greater than individual comfort or personal ambition. These distinctive features, which marked him as descendant of bloodline that carried ancient responsibilities and sacred knowledge, created immediate recognition among those whose spiritual sensitivity enabled them to perceive connections between past and present that rational analysis could never fully explain or understand through conventional methods of investigation and logical reasoning. The enhanced senses that manifested during Tanjiro's earliest years exceeded normal childhood development in ways that might have been concerning if his family had not possessed traditional knowledge about gifts that occasionally appeared among those whose ancestors had maintained proper relationships with forces that governed natural world and supernatural dimensions that existed parallel to ordinary reality. His ability to detect scents that escaped normal perception provided practical advantages for mountain dwelling, while also connecting him to information sources that operated beyond physical limitations of ordinary sensory experience. The father whose gentle strength anchored the Kamado household possessed understanding of old ways that had been preserved through family traditions spanning centuries, as Tanjiro Kamado carried within his aging body knowledge of breathing techniques and spiritual practices that connected their lineage to powers that most people had forgotten or dismissed as folklore unsuited for practical application in Bo's modern world that seemed to value mechanical innovation over wisdom accumulated through generations of careful observation and patient practice. The Hinokami Kagura that Tanjiro performed each new year represented more than cultural tradition or aesthetic display, as these ancient movements embodied techniques that could channel human potential toward achievements that exceeded normal limitations, while connecting practitioners to spiritual forces that operated according to principles too subtle for conscious mind to grasp through intellectual analysis alone. The precise choreography that characterized these forms had been refined through countless repetitions by masters whose understanding of breath and movement approached levels that bordered on supernatural insight. The reverence with which Tanjiro approached these annual ceremonies reflected his recognition that he served as guardian of knowledge that transcended personal understanding, maintaining traditions whose full significance might not be revealed until circumstances arose that demanded access to capabilities that ordinary training could never develop or sustain. His performance of these sacred forms each winter solstice created bridge between ancient wisdom and contemporary need that would prove crucial when supernatural threats finally emerged from shadows to challenge everything his family held dear. The charcoal-making trade that sustained the Kamado family's modest prosperity required knowledge and skills that had been passed down through generations of mountain dwellers who understood how to transform living wood into fuel that could provide warmth and light throughout long winter months when survival depended on careful preparation and efficient use of natural resources. This craft represented harmony between human need and forest abundance that could be maintained indefinitely when practiced by those who respected natural cycles and took only what could be replenished through proper stewardship and patient cultivation. The kiln that Tanjiro had constructed according to traditional methods operated on principles that connected technical expertise with spiritual understanding, as the process of converting wood into charcoal required attention to factors that went beyond simple temperature control and timing, to encompass subtle interactions between material and immaterial forces that influenced quality and effectiveness of final product. The secret techniques that distinguished superior charcoal from inferior grades involved knowledge that could not be learned from books or formal instruction, but had to be absorbed through years of careful observation and intuitive understanding. The customers who sought out Kamado charcoal traveled considerable distances to obtain product whose superior quality justified additional expense and effort required to acquire it, as their experience had taught them that some differences in craftsmanship could not be measured through simple comparison of price and convenience, but required evaluation based on performance characteristics that became apparent only through extended use. The reputation that the family had built through generations of consistent excellence created relationships that transcended mere commercial transactions to encompass mutual respect and trust. Kie Kamado's role as mother and household manager required strengths that went beyond physical capabilities to encompass spiritual resources that enabled her to maintain family unity and emotional stability despite challenges that would have overwhelmed less resilient individuals, as her widowhood had placed upon her shoulders responsibilities that required both practical competence and moral wisdom, sufficient to guide 6 children through developmental processes that occurred without benefit of paternal guidance that traditional family structures normally provided. The grace with which she accepted these burdens reflected character that had been shaped by understanding that true strength revealed itself not through absence of difficulty, but through responses to hardship that preserved essential values while adapting methods and expectations to circumstances that could not be changed through wishful thinking or desperate effort. Her ability to find joy and meaning in daily routines that might have seemed monotonous to those accustomed to more varied experiences demonstrated wisdom that recognized genuine wealth in relationships and simple pleasures that money could never purchase. The morning rituals that structured family life created predictable rhythms that provided security and comfort for children whose development required stability that could only be achieved through consistent patterns and reliable expectations about how each day would unfold from waking until sleep. These routines, which might have seemed restrictive to those who valued spontaneity above order, actually created freedom by eliminating uncertainty and anxiety that could disrupt learning and emotional growth during crucial developmental periods. The responsibilities that Tanjiro had assumed as eldest son following his father's death represented premature transition to adult roles that required him to balance childish desires with mature obligations while developing leadership skills that would serve him throughout his life, though the specific challenges he would eventually face exceeded anything that normal family circumstances could have prepared him to handle. His acceptance of these duties reflected natural nobility of character that made service to others feel more rewarding than personal pleasure or individual achievement. The charcoal selling expeditions that took Tanjiro to nearby towns provided education in human nature and social dynamics that could not be acquired through mountain isolation, as his interactions with customers and townspeople revealed varieties of personality and motivation that broadened his understanding of how different types of people responded to life's challenges and opportunities. These experiences developed empathy and communication skills that would prove invaluable when circumstances eventually forced him to work with individuals whose backgrounds and temperaments differed dramatically from his own. The kindness that characterized Tanjiro's approach to these business relationships created customer loyalty that exceeded what simple product quality could achieve, as his genuine interest in others' welfare and willingness to provide assistance beyond contractual obligations transformed routine commercial transactions into personal connections that enriched lives of everyone involved while demonstrating how individual character could elevate mundane activities into expressions of fundamental human goodness. Nezuko's development during these peaceful years proceeded along lines that suggested exceptional capacity for both intellectual understanding and emotional depth, as her natural intelligence combined with compassionate temperament to create personality that brought joy to everyone who knew her, while displaying early signs of strength that would prove crucial when circumstances tested her ability to maintain humanity under conditions that had destroyed lesser souls. Her relationship with Tanjiro represented partnership between siblings who complemented each other's strengths while sharing devotion to family welfare that transcended normal childhood concerns. The domestic skills that Nezuko mastered during adolescence prepared her for adult responsibilities while revealing talents that extended beyond mere technical competence to encompass intuitive understanding of how to create environments where people felt comfortable and valued despite material limitations that might have discouraged those accustomed to greater luxury. Her ability to transform modest resources into abundant hospitality demonstrated creativity and resourcefulness that reflected deep appreciation for human relationships and genuine pleasure in serving others. The younger siblings, whose personalities enriched family dynamics, each contributed unique qualities that created household atmosphere characterized by laughter and mutual support, despite economic constraints that required careful management of resources and constant attention to practical needs that more prosperous families could address without conscious effort. Hanako's spirited independence, Shigeru's boundless curiosity, Takeo's emerging maturity, and baby Rokuta's innocent joy combined to create an environment where individual growth occurred within context of collective prosperity. The winter morning that began like countless others, before it carried no indication that this day would mark end of innocence and beginning of journey that would transform Tanjiro from protected child into protector of others, as the preparations for his routine charcoal selling trip proceeded according to patterns established through repetition over months and years of similar expeditions. The snow that had fallen during the night created traveling conditions that required extra caution while increasing demand for heating fuel that made the journey profitable, despite additional difficulties involved in navigating mountain paths that had become treacherous. The family gathering that preceded his departure included familiar elements of affection and practical concern that had characterized similar moments throughout his life, yet this time carried emotional weight that seemed disproportionate to temporary separation that routine business would require. The reluctance of his younger siblings to see him go reflected normal childhood attachment while also demonstrating bonds of love that made their family unity seem more precious than material prosperity or social status that other households might have prioritized above emotional connections. The warnings about weather conditions and travel safety that Kie offered as her son prepared to leave represented maternal concern that operated on both practical and intuitive levels, as her experience with mountain dangers was supplemented by spiritual sensitivity that sometimes provided awareness of threats that could not be identified through normal observation or logical analysis. The care with which she helped him prepare for the journey reflected love that expressed itself through attention to details that might seem trivial to casual observers, but carried significance that only family members could fully appreciate. The town that served as destination for Tanjiro's charcoal selling expedition represented contact with larger world beyond mountain isolation, where his family's modest circumstances could be seen in perspective that revealed both advantages and limitations of their chosen way of life, while providing opportunities for interaction with people whose experiences and perspectives differed significantly from those that characterized mountain-dwelling communities. The warmth with which townspeople greeted his arrival reflected relationships that had developed over months of regular visits and honest dealing. The customers who sought his products included individuals whose stories and circumstances provided education in human diversity and resilience that broadened Tanjiro's understanding of how different people responded to life's challenges while maintaining dignity and hope despite hardships that might have seemed overwhelming to those who had never faced similar difficulties. The conversations that accompanied commercial transactions revealed depths of character and wisdom that economic status could never adequately measure or predict. The elderly woman whose arthritis made simple tasks difficult found in Tanjiro not just supplier of heating fuel, but young person whose willingness to provide additional assistance transformed routine purchase into social interaction that brightened days made long by physical limitation and social isolation. The baker whose ovens required specific charcoal grades appreciated both product quality and reliable service that enabled him to maintain business operations that fed entire community while providing employment for family members whose welfare depended on consistent access to proper materials. The children who approached with curiosity and excitement whenever they saw him coming demonstrated how naturally young people responded to someone whose genuine kindness made him approachable despite age differences that might otherwise have created social barriers. These interactions provided Tanjiro with practice in communication and leadership skills, while reminding him of his own younger siblings whose safety and happiness motivated all his efforts to contribute meaningfully to family prosperity and security. The afternoon light that signaled time for return journey carried beauty that seemed to bless his successful completion of business, while creating atmospheric conditions that enhanced natural magnificence of mountain landscapes where his family waited for his safe arrival. The satisfaction that came from completing productive work while maintaining relationships that transcended mere commercial necessity filled him with contentment that reflected deep appreciation for life's simple pleasures and meaningful connections. The encounter with Saburo that interrupted his homeward journey represented intersection with local knowledge and traditional wisdom that operated outside formal education systems. As the elderly man's understanding of mountain dangers included awareness of supernatural threats that most people preferred to deny rather than acknowledge, through precautions that might seem excessive to those whose experience had been limited to natural hazards that conventional preparation could address adequately. The insistence with which Saburo pressed his invitation to spend the night reflected urgency that went beyond simple hospitality to encompass recognition of dangers that darkness would bring to mountain paths where evil creatures hunted human prey, according to patterns that older generations understood through hard experience, but younger people often dismissed as superstition unsuited for modern times. The stories about demons that filled evening conversation provided education in realities that Tanjiro's peaceful upbringing had never required him to consider seriously. The reluctance with which Tanjiro accepted this offered shelter reflected natural desire to return home to family members who would be expecting his arrival, yet also demonstrated capacity to accept guidance from those whose wisdom and experience exceeded his own. Despite differences in social position or formal authority that might have prevented less humble individuals from acknowledging superior knowledge, the night spent in safety while learning about dangers he had never previously considered provided final preparation for challenges that awaited him. The morning departure that carried him toward home, filled with anticipation of reunion, proceeded through landscape that seemed unchanged by overnight rest, yet his enhanced senses began detecting subtle wrongness that grew more pronounced with each step toward family dwelling that should have been filled with sounds and sense of normal domestic activity. The silence that replaced expected indicators of life created growing unease that rational thought could not dismiss, despite absence of obvious evidence that anything was seriously wrong. The metallic scent of blood that reached his nostrils long before visual confirmation became possible provided brutal education in how enhanced sensory abilities could become source of torment when they revealed truths that heart and mind wanted desperately to reject as impossible nightmare rather than acknowledge as devastating reality. The absence of familiar domestic sounds that should have indicated normal family activity created emptiness that filled him with dread too deep for conscious thought to process effectively. The scene that awaited his arrival destroyed every assumption about safety and permanence that had shaped his understanding of world and family relationships. As evidence of violence beyond human comprehension, transformed beloved home into monument to loss that exceeded his capacity to accept or integrate into coherent understanding of how existence could continue after everything meaningful had been stripped away through single night of supernatural evil. The bodies of those he had loved most lay scattered in snow that had been stained with blood that told story of struggle too brief and desperate for effective resistance. The discovery of Nezuko's faint breathing beneath cooling flesh that should have been lifeless represented tiny flame of hope in darkness that threatened to consume his sanity, as possibility that one family member might have survived massacre provided focus for determination that prevented complete collapse into despair while creating urgent purpose that demanded action despite emotional trauma that would have paralyzed less resilient spirit. The decision to carry her toward medical help reflected refusal to accept that evil had achieved complete victory through destruction of everything he held dear. The journey that carried Tanjiro away from the blood-soaked ruins of his childhood home proceeded through landscapes that seemed to exist in different worlds from the peaceful mountain paths he had traveled countless times before. As each step toward an uncertain future carried him further from everything familiar, while the weight of Nezuko's unconscious form served as constant reminder of the responsibility that now defined his existence in ways that his previous life as eldest son and charcoal seller had never prepared him to understand or accept. The box that Sakonji Urokodaki had crafted from lightweight wood became both sanctuary and prison for his transformed sister, protecting her from deadly sunlight while creating barrier between them that made normal communication impossible despite emotional bonds that supernatural corruption could not completely sever. The first mission that arrived through his Kasugai Crow represented transition from theoretical preparation to practical application of skills that had been developed through years of training under circumstances that could simulate but never fully replicate the psychological and physical demands of actual combat against creatures whose supernatural abilities exceeded human limitations in ways that made conventional tactics inadequate for survival, let alone victory. The nervous energy that accompanied his departure from Sakonji's mountain sanctuary reflected awareness that real demon encounters would test not only technique and conditioning, but moral resolve and spiritual strength that could not be developed through practice alone, but required direct confrontation with evil that challenged fundamental assumptions about justice and redemption. The town that served as location for his first official Demon Slayer operation represented return to human civilization after months of isolation devoted to mastering breathing techniques and sword forms. Yet the reported disappearances of young girls created atmosphere of fear and suspicion that transformed ordinary community into place, where normal social interactions had been replaced by wariness and desperate hope that someone with Gon's proper training and equipment might be able to eliminate threats that local authorities could neither identify nor address through conventional law enforcement methods. The investigation that preceded actual combat required application of enhanced sensory abilities that training had developed while adapting detective techniques to circumstances involving supernatural predators whose behavior patterns and capabilities exceeded what normal criminal investigation procedures could anticipate or counter effectively. The scent analysis that guided his search through darkened streets revealed layers of information about demon presence and movement that visual observation alone could never have provided, creating tactical advantages that compensated for his inexperience in actual field operations. Kazumi's role as witness and guide provided crucial intelligence about disappearance patterns, while creating additional responsibility for protecting civilians whose involvement in Demon Slayer operations exposed him to dangers that his normal life had never required him to face. The emotional investment that this young man displayed regarding his missing fiancée demonstrated how supernatural predation affected not only direct victims but entire communities whose members lived in constant fear that their loved ones might become targets of creatures whose hunting methods and territorial boundaries remained mysterious to those who lacked specialized knowledge. The swamp demon that emerged from underground dimensions represented Tanjiro's first encounter with blood demon art that could manipulate environmental conditions in ways that made conventional combat approaches inadequate, as the creature's ability to create pocket dimensions beneath solid ground eliminated normal tactical assumptions about positioning and terrain, while creating opportunities for ambush attacks that could overwhelm opponents who relied on surface-level awareness of battlefield conditions. The multiple manifestations that characterized this particular demon's abilities required rapid adaptation to combat situations that exceeded anything his training scenarios had prepared him to handle. The rescue of trapped victims that became possible through immediate response to dimensional manifestations demonstrated how Demon Slayer operations involved not only elimination of supernatural threats, but protection of innocent people, whose survival often depended on split-second decisions that prioritized civilian safety over tactical advantages that might have made personal survival more likely. The willingness to thrust his blade into unknown supernatural phenomena without complete understanding of potential consequences reflected dedication to service that placed others' welfare above individual security considerations. The water-breathing techniques that Tanjiro employed during this engagement provided foundation for combat effectiveness, while revealing areas where practical application differed from training exercises, as real demons possessed unpredictable capabilities and fighting styles that required constant adjustment of approach and strategy rather than simple execution of predetermined forms and combinations. The success he achieved in eliminating the swamp demon validated his preparation, while highlighting aspects of supernatural combat that could only be learned through direct experience with actual threats. The interrogation that followed demon elimination represented an attempt to gather intelligence about larger supernatural threats that might be operating in region, while testing hypothesis that demons retained enough human consciousness to provide useful information about organizational structures and operational methods that could guide future Demon Slayer activities. The refusal of Dying Demon to reveal information about Muzan's location demonstrated loyalty or fear that exceeded even final moments of existence, suggesting control mechanisms that operated beyond normal concepts of organizational discipline. The journey toward Tokyo that marked his second major assignment represented escalation in both challenge level and strategic importance, as reports of demon activity in densely populated urban environment created potential for casualties on scale that rural operations could never achieve, while requiring operational methods that accounted for civilian presence and official attention that could complicate mission objectives. The metropolitan setting provided both opportunities and obstacles that his mountain upbringing had not prepared him to navigate effectively. The overwhelming sensory environment that Tokyo presented tested his enhanced perception abilities in ways that mountain or rural settings had never demanded, as the concentration of human sense, sounds, and activities created background noise that made detection of supernatural threats exponentially more difficult than it had been in simpler operational environments, where demon presence stood out clearly against relatively basic environmental patterns. The challenge of identifying specific dangers within such complex sensory landscapes required adaptation of investigation techniques that had proven effective in less complicated circumstances. The encounter with Muzan Kibutsuji that occurred during routine patrol activities represented confrontation with ultimate source of demonic evil under circumstances that provided no advance warning or opportunity for strategic planning, as the Demon King's presence among ordinary civilians in perfect disguise created tactical situation that demanded immediate response while preventing actions that might expose supernatural warfare to public attention that could undermine Demon Slayer operations through unwanted official scrutiny or mass panic. The recognition that passed between them carried weight of destiny and mutual understanding about identities and intentions that transcended verbal communication, as Muzan's awareness of Tanjiro's nature as Demon Slayer was matched by Tanjiro's recognition of demonic presence that no amount of human disguise could completely conceal from senses that had been trained to detect supernatural threats, regardless of their apparent form or social camouflage. The moment of visual contact created tension that seemed to charge surrounding air while innocent bystanders continued normal activities, completely unaware of confrontation occurring in their midst. The strategic misdirection that Muzan employed through transforming innocent civilian into demon rather than engaging in direct combat demonstrated intelligence and tactical sophistication that exceeded anything Tanjiro had previously encountered, as the progenitor's decision to sacrifice uninvolved person created distraction while facilitating escape through methods that revealed how completely he had abandoned any connection to human morality or empathy that might have constrained his actions. The casual cruelty involved in this maneuver illustrated complete indifference to individual suffering when such suffering served his strategic purposes. The intervention of Lady Tamayo and Yushiro during resulting crisis provided education in complexities of demon nature that challenged fundamental assumptions about supernatural evil and possibilities for redemption, as their assistance demonstrated that some demons had chosen to resist their predatory instincts while maintaining supernatural abilities that could be directed toward positive purposes when properly motivated and controlled. The medical knowledge and blood demon art capabilities that Tamayo brought to the situation exceeded what conventional Demon Slayer training had prepared Tanjiro to expect or understand. The alliance that developed during this encounter represented unprecedented cooperation between Demon Slayers and demons, whose goals aligned despite their different natures, creating partnership that challenged organizational doctrine while offering opportunities for advancing understanding of transformation mechanics that might eventually enable development of cure for demonic corruption. The research proposal that emerged from their meeting established framework for ongoing collaboration that supplemented traditional elimination objectives with scientific investigation. The house that served as Tamayo's research facility provided glimpse into alternative approaches to demon existence that operated outside Muzan's hierarchical control system, demonstrating how exceptional individuals could maintain moral agency while adapting to supernatural transformation through methods that preserved essential humanity, despite physical and psychological changes that had corrupted other victims of similar circumstances. The laboratory equipment and medical supplies that filled this hidden sanctuary suggested long-term research projects whose scope and ambition extended beyond simple survival. The blood samples and medical analyses that would be required for collaborative research created new responsibilities that expanded Tanjiro's mission parameters beyond traditional demon elimination to include specimen collection and data-gathering activities that served scientific objectives, while supporting development of treatments that might restore victims of transformation to full humanity. The evolution from combat-focused role to research partnership reflected unique opportunities that Nezuko's condition had created for advancing understanding of supernatural physiology. The drum demon encounter that followed represented return to more conventional demon slayer operations, while introducing elements of environmental manipulation that required tactical adaptation to circumstances where architectural features became weapons that could be employed against opponents, whose movement and positioning strategies assumed stable battlefield conditions. The mansion that served as location for this confrontation had been transformed into three-dimensional maze, where traditional navigation methods proved inadequate for effective movement or strategic planning. The meeting with Zenitsu Agatsuma during approach to this mission provided introduction to collaboration with fellow demon slayers, whose backgrounds, personalities, and fighting styles differed dramatically from his own, while sharing common dedication to protecting innocent people from supernatural threats that exceeded individual capacity to address effectively. The extreme anxiety and apparent cowardice that characterized Zenitsu's conscious behavior created initial impression of unreliability that subsequent events would dramatically contradict. The encounter with Inosuke Hashibira within the demon-controlled mansion introduced third member of what would become close partnership between individuals whose diverse skills and approaches complemented each other while creating group dynamic that enhanced collective effectiveness beyond what simple addition of individual capabilities might have achieved. The beast breathing techniques that Inosuke had developed through self-directed training represented innovation that challenged established doctrine while demonstrating effectiveness that validated alternative paths to demon slayer competence. The rotating rooms and shifting architecture that characterized Kyogai's blood demon art created combat environment where traditional tactical assumptions about positioning and movement became liabilities that could trap opponents who failed to adapt quickly to changing conditions, while spatial disorientation threatened to overwhelm sensory abilities that had been developed for more stable operational circumstances. The challenge of maintaining effectiveness while constantly adjusting to new orientations tested both physical conditioning and mental flexibility. The respect that Tanjiro showed for Kyogai's artistic achievements during their combat reflected moral framework that recognized retained humanity within demonic nature, while accepting necessity of elimination when such recognition could not prevent continued threat to innocent life. The acknowledgement of creative talent and former human identity demonstrated approach that honored what was valuable in opponents while fulfilling operational requirements that circumstances demanded, regardless of personal preferences or emotional responses. The successful completion of this mission, through coordinated efforts that protected civilian charges, while eliminating all supernatural threats, validated collaborative approaches to Demon Slayer operations, while revealing how individual strengths could be combined to overcome challenges that might have proven insurmountable for isolated operatives working without mutual support or tactical coordination. The reunion of rescued children with surviving family members provided tangible evidence of meaningful results achieved through their combined efforts. The confrontation that developed between team members over Nezuko's nature represented ideological conflict about proper Demon Slayer procedures that tested group cohesion while requiring resolution through methods that preserved both individual convictions and collective effectiveness rather than allowing philosophical differences to undermine operational capability when future challenges would demand unified response to threats that exceeded individual capacity to address successfully. The recovery period at Wisteria House provided opportunity for relationship development and tactical planning that transformed collection of individual operatives into cohesive unit whose members understood each other's capabilities and limitations well enough to coordinate effectively during missions that would test their ability to function as integrated team rather than separate individuals who happened to be working toward common objectives. The domestic environment enabled psychological healing while building trust necessary for effective partnership. The Mount Natagumo assignment that followed represented escalation to threat level that exceeded anything their previous experience had prepared them to handle, as reports of demon slayers attacking each other suggested blood demon art capabilities that could override human will and transform protective instincts into destructive compulsions through mechanisms that conventional training had never addressed. The mountain environment that contained these threats created isolation that prevented retreat or reinforcement while concentrating dangers in ways that made systematic approach necessary for survival. The spider family that controlled this territory represented hierarchical demon organization that utilized fear and supernatural coercion to maintain relationships that parodied human family structures while serving purposes that had nothing to do with genuine affection or mutual support and everything to do with dominance and control that satisfied twisted psychological needs rather than creating bonds based on love and shared experience. The artificial nature of these connections became apparent through behaviors that violated fundamental assumptions about protective relationships. The mother spider demon, whose manipulation of human puppets had reduced brave warriors to marionettes, demonstrated how supernatural influence could corrupt even strongest dedication to noble purposes, transforming those who had sworn to protect others into instruments of destruction that betrayed every principle they had originally embraced through service to Demon Slayer cause. The casual disposal of controlled operatives when they ceased to provide entertainment revealed complete indifference to human life and dignity. The battle against Rui that served as climax to this operation provided Tanjiro with first encounter with opponent whose power approached that of Muzan's elite servants, creating combat situation that tested not only technical skills, but spiritual resolve and innovative thinking that could overcome supernatural abilities through human determination and creative application of inherited techniques that had been passed down through generations of his family. The threads that served as Rui's primary weapons created tactical challenges that conventional water-breathing forms could not adequately address. The emergence of Hinokami Kagura during this desperate confrontation represented awakening of inherited abilities that connected Tanjiro to ancestral knowledge and power that formal training had not accessed, providing techniques that could overcome supernatural materials and defenses that had proven invulnerable to conventional Demon Slayer methods. The fire-based forms that manifested through this ancient breathing style created tactical options that water breathing alone could not achieve against opponents whose capabilities exceeded standard threat parameters. The exhaustion that accompanied use of these powerful techniques reflected physical costs associated with accessing abilities that exceeded normal human limitations, creating tactical situation where enhanced effectiveness had to be balanced against reduced endurance that could prove fatal if engagements extended beyond sustainable duration. The knowledge that such power could not be maintained indefinitely added urgency to combat resolution while demonstrating limitations that accompanied even extraordinary capabilities. The intervention of Giyu Tomioka that concluded this mission demonstrated difference between Hashira-level abilities and standard Demon Slayer capabilities, as his effortless elimination of opponent who had challenged Tanjiro's maximum effort illustrated advancement possibilities that years of additional training and experience might eventually provide. The Water Hashira's techniques exceeded anything Tanjiro had previously witnessed, while maintaining same fundamental principles that governed his own combat methods. The Hashira trial that followed these events brought Tanjiro face to face with organizational leadership, whose authority derived from demonstrated competence in supernatural warfare combined with dedication to protecting human life that had been proven through years of successful operations against threats that lesser operatives could not have survived. The pillars who assembled to judge Nezuko's fate represented pinnacle of Demon Slayer achievement, while embodying different approaches to combat and philosophy that created diversity within unified command structure. The acceptance that resulted from this unprecedented hearing established legal precedent for cooperation between human demon slayers and demons, whose retained humanity enabled them to resist predatory instincts while contributing capabilities that pure human operatives could not provide through conventional training and preparation. The conditions that accompanied this acceptance created framework for ongoing evaluation while providing structure for experimental partnership whose results could influence future policy regarding similar cases. The steam locomotive that carried Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke toward their rendezvous with destiny moved through the Japanese countryside like a metal dragon breathing smoke and sparks into night air that seemed to thicken with supernatural menace as they approached their destination, where the Infinity Train waited on tracks that stretched into darkness beyond the reach of station lanterns. The mission that had brought them together with the Flame Hashira represented escalation in both danger and responsibility, as reports of disappearances aboard this particular train suggested demonic activity that operated according to patterns more sophisticated than simple predation, requiring investigation and elimination by operatives whose combined skills might prove adequate for challenges that individual efforts could never address successfully. Kyojuro Rengoku's presence transformed what might have been routine elimination mission into educational opportunity that provided the three young demon slayers with direct exposure to Hashira-level techniques and tactical thinking, as his enthusiastic approach to supernatural warfare demonstrated how genuine joy in service could coexist with deadly serious commitment to protecting innocent people from threats that most passengers would never suspect existed among them. The flame-breathing forms that he had mastered through years of dedicated training, who represented refinement of inherited techniques that connected him to generations of demon slayers, whose accumulated wisdom had been distilled into combat, methods of extraordinary effectiveness and spiritual power. The civilian passengers whose safety became primary responsibility during any supernatural encounter aboard the train created tactical complications that exceeded those typically faced during rural operations, as the confined space and sleeping arrangements made conventional demon slayer techniques potentially dangerous to innocent people, while the need for secrecy prevented actions that might cause panic among travelers who lacked knowledge or preparation for supernatural warfare. The balance between eliminating threats and maintaining public order required approaches that had never been addressed in formal training scenarios. The initial boarding that brought them into contact with ordinary travelers revealed the complex social dynamics that characterized modern transportation systems, where people from different backgrounds and circumstances found themselves sharing space and experience, despite having no other connection beyond temporary proximity created by mechanical convenience rather than natural community. Relationships. The diversity of ages, occupations, and regional origins represented among passengers provided education in human variety, while creating additional challenges for identifying potential threats or unusual behavior patterns. Enmu's influence on the train's environment operated through mechanisms so subtle that detection required awareness of supernatural manipulation techniques that operated below threshold of normal human perception, creating psychological effects that accumulated gradually, rather than manifesting through dramatic changes that would trigger immediate defensive responses. The Lower Moon One's approach to predation emphasized psychological warfare over physical assault, using blood demon art that attacked consciousness itself, rather than targeting bodies that could resist through conventional means. The dream states that began affecting passengers and demon slayers alike represented form of mental imprisonment that challenged fundamental assumptions about reality and identity, as victims found themselves experiencing scenarios that fulfilled deepest desires while remaining unaware that their physical bodies had become vulnerable to attacks that could eliminate them without possibility of resistance or escape. The artificial nature of these induced experiences was camouflaged by their emotional authenticity, making intellectual recognition of deception extremely difficult, even for trained operatives. The civilian accomplices that Enmu recruited through promises that appealed to desperate needs demonstrated how supernatural corruption could operate through human agents whose moral frameworks had been compromised by circumstances that made demonic offers seem preferable to continued suffering. Under normal conditions, the railway workers whose cooperation enabled the demons' access to passenger areas had been selected specifically for psychological vulnerabilities that made them susceptible to manipulation despite their basically decent natures. The tickets that served as delivery system for Enmu's blood demon art represented innovation in supernatural attack methodology that utilized modern technology and social customs to create infection vectors that bypassed normal defensive awareness while ensuring widespread exposure among intended victims. The casual nature of ticket distribution made detection virtually impossible while providing Demon with comprehensive access to passenger consciousness through mechanisms that operated automatically once initial contact had been established. The dreams that trapped each victim were customized according to individual psychological profiles that the demon had constructed through observation and supernatural perception, creating mental environments that appealed to specific emotional needs and unfulfilled desires in ways that made voluntary escape extremely unlikely, even when rational analysis suggested that experiences were artificially induced. The personal nature of these psychological prisons meant that generic resistance techniques would prove inadequate without individual solutions tailored to specific vulnerabilities. Tanjiro's dream of reunion with his murdered family represented ultimate test of his commitment to duty versus personal longing, as the scenario that Enmu had constructed offered everything he had lost while requiring only that he abandon responsibility to his living sister and companions whose welfare depended on his continued effectiveness as demon slayer. The emotional torture involved in choosing obligation over desire provided insight into psychological costs that supernatural warfare imposed on individuals whose personal losses made them vulnerable to manipulation that exploited grief and regret. The recognition that enabled Tanjiro to distinguish dream from reality came through accumulated spiritual sensitivity that his training and experience had developed, allowing him to detect inconsistencies and impossible elements that revealed artificial nature of seemingly perfect circumstances. The technique of controlled self-harm that he employed to break free from mental imprisonment demonstrated desperate measures that dedication to others' welfare could motivate when conventional escape methods proved inadequate for overcoming supernatural compulsions. Nezuko's intervention through her blood demon art represented supernatural assistance that operated according to principles that remained mysterious yet proved capable of countering Enmu's psychological manipulation through mechanisms that suggested some forms of demonic power could be turned against other demons when properly directed and controlled. Her ability to affect both dream and reality simultaneously indicated capabilities that transcended normal understanding of blood demon art limitations while providing crucial support for tactical operations. The physical confrontation that developed once the dream manipulation had been overcome required adaptation to combat environment that differed dramatically from previous demon encounters, as fighting aboard moving train created unique challenges related to balance, positioning, and collateral damage, while the need to protect sleeping passengers added complexity that made conventional attack strategies potentially catastrophic for innocent people whose safety represented primary mission objective. The discovery that Enmu had fused his consciousness with the train itself transformed elimination mission from straightforward combat against individual demon into complex operation that required understanding of how supernatural possession could extend beyond normal concepts of physical form, creating opponent whose destruction might require methods that had never been contemplated in conventional Demon Slayer training. The locomotive that had become part of Demon's body represented weapon of unprecedented size and power. The coordination between team members that enabled successful navigation of this unprecedented challenge demonstrated how individual skills could be combined to address threats that exceeded what any single operative could handle alone, as Tanjiro's enhanced senses, Inosuke's spatial awareness, and Zenitsu's speed created tactical capabilities that supplemented Kyojuro's Hashira-level combat effectiveness while protecting civilian passengers from harm during supernatural warfare conducted in confined space. The dawn that followed their victory over Enmu should have marked successful completion of challenging mission, yet the arrival of Akaza represented escalation to threat level that exceeded anything their previous experience had prepared them to face, as Upper Moon 3's combat capabilities operated in category entirely separate from lower-ranked demons they had previously encountered. The casual confidence with which he approached multiple demon slayers indicated power that made normal tactical considerations irrelevant. The battle between Kyojuro and Akaza that unfolded as sunrise painted mountain peaks with colors that seemed to mock the violence occurring below represented confrontation between human dedication and demonic power that tested limits of what breathing techniques and spiritual determination could achieve against supernatural enhancement that operated beyond normal physical laws. The flame-breathing forms that Kyojuro employed reached levels of perfection that demonstrated what lifetime of training could accomplish when combined with absolute commitment to protecting others. The offer that Akaza extended for Kyojuro to become demon revealed Upper Moon's recognition of exceptional ability while demonstrating how supernatural corruption attempted to recruit rather than simply eliminate threats that proved difficult to overcome through direct confrontation. The promise of eternal life and unlimited time to develop greater strength appealed to warriors' natural desire for continued growth while ignoring moral costs that such transformation would require. The refusal that Kyojuro provided, despite obvious appeal of enhanced power and extended lifespan, reflected character that valued human connections and moral principles above personal advancement or individual survival, choosing temporary existence dedicated to serving others over eternal life that would require abandoning everything that gave meaning to his current existence. His declaration that growing old and dying was beautiful because of its impermanence revealed philosophy that found strength in accepting natural limitations. The final clash that determined outcome of their confrontation pushed both combatants beyond previous limits of their respective capabilities, as Kyojuro's complete commitment to preventing Akaza's escape created opening for attack that might have achieved victory if executed with perfect timing and maximum power. The Upper Moon's desperate evasion tactics revealed that even elite demons could be threatened by human opponents, whose dedication approached levels that transcended normal constraints of mortality and self-preservation. The fatal injury that concluded Kyojuro's participation in battle represented price of creating opportunity for strike that nearly eliminated opponent whose survival depended on retreat rather than continued engagement, demonstrating how human warriors could achieve tactical victories, even when strategic outcomes remained uncertain. The spear that pierced his torso would have killed ordinary person instantly, yet his spiritual strength enabled continued action, despite wounds that should have ended combat effectiveness immediately. The escape that Akaza achieved through cowardly flight rather than honorable conclusion demonstrated how supernatural advantages could be used to avoid consequences of defeat when direct confrontation proved disadvantageous, yet also revealed psychological impact that near elimination had created within Demon, whose confidence had been shattered by encounter with human, whose abilities had exceeded his expectations. The sunrise that forced retreat saved Upper Moon from destruction, while denying closure to conflict that deserved definitive resolution. The final words that Kyojuro spoke to his young companions carried weight of wisdom, accumulated through years of service, and crystallized through confrontation with mortality, that clarified what truly mattered when time became precious. Commodity rather than unlimited resource. His instructions about continuing to grow stronger while maintaining pure hearts provided guidance that would influence their development throughout the remainder of their careers as demon slayers, while his confidence in their potential offered encouragement during a period when grief threatened to overwhelm determination to continue fighting. The funeral ceremony that honored Kyojuro's sacrifice brought together demon slayers from across Japan to pay respects to warrior whose dedication had exemplified highest ideals of their organization, while his death demonstrated costs that such service could exact from those who chose to place others' welfare above personal safety. The Flame Hashira's legacy would inspire future generations, while serving as a reminder that even greatest heroes remained vulnerable to forces that operated beyond human control or prediction. The entertainment district infiltration that followed months of recovery represented return to active operations through mission that required different skills and approaches than previous encounters had demanded, as urban environment and specialized social structures created tactical challenges that mountain or rural operations had never presented. The assignment to locate and rescue Tengen Uzui's missing wives while eliminating supernatural threats that had established territory in Pleasure Quarter required adaptation to circumstances where conventional demon slayer techniques might prove inadequate or counterproductive. The disguises that enabled their infiltration required mastery of social roles and behavioral patterns that their backgrounds had never prepared them to assume convincingly, as success depended on maintaining false identities while conducting investigation that could reveal locations and capabilities of enemies whose power and influence within district remained unknown until direct confrontation became unavoidable. The awkwardness of posing as courtesans created comedy that relieved tension while potentially compromising operational security. The discovery that Daki controlled significant portion of entertainment district's activities through combination of supernatural abilities and strategic positioning within social hierarchy revealed how demons could establish long-term operations that served both feeding requirements and territorial expansion while maintaining facades that prevented ordinary authorities from recognizing or addressing threats that operated beyond their understanding or capability to counter effectively. The confrontation that erupted when their investigation was discovered transformed covert operation into open warfare that tested their ability to protect civilian populations while engaging opponents whose blood demon art could manipulate environment and human behavior in ways that made conventional tactics inadequate for achieving decisive victory. The revelation that Daki shared existence with Gyutaro created tactical complexity that required simultaneous elimination of both demons to achieve permanent success. The coordination between team members and Tengen that enabled ultimate victory demonstrated how Hashira-level leadership could guide less experienced operatives through challenges that exceeded their individual capabilities, while maximizing collective effectiveness through strategic deployment of diverse skills and abilities. The sound-breathing techniques that Tengen employed provided tactical advantages that complemented their various fighting styles, while his experience enabled adaptation to unique circumstances that their mission had created. The injuries that all participants sustained during this extended battle reflected genuine costs of supernatural warfare when conducted against opponents whose capabilities approached upper moon levels, creating physical trauma that required extended recovery periods, while providing education in how quickly Demon Slayer operations could escalate beyond normal risk parameters into situations where survival itself became uncertain, despite superior preparation and tactical planning. The aftermath that left Tengen permanently disabled yet alive demonstrated how supernatural warfare could exact prices that fell between total victory and complete defeat, creating outcomes where success was measured not through perfect results but through preservation of what could be saved when circumstances demanded sacrifices that no amount of skill or determination could prevent. His retirement from active service marked a transition point that emphasized ongoing nature of struggle against demonic evil. The pillar training that commenced in the months following the Entertainment District battle represented systematic preparation for conflicts that would test every aspect of Demon Slayer capabilities. As intelligence gathered through previous encounters with upper moon demons revealed escalating patterns of activity that suggested Muzan's organization was preparing for decisive confrontation that could determine the ultimate outcome of humanity's struggle against supernatural evil. The Hashira who designed these intensive conditioning programs understood that conventional training methods would prove inadequate for preparing operatives to face threats whose power exceeded anything that normal Demon Slayer experience had previously encountered, requiring innovations in physical conditioning and tactical education that pushed human potential toward limits that approached supernatural enhancement. The rotation system that moved participants through specialized training under different Hashira created comprehensive educational experience that exposed each Demon Slayer to techniques and philosophies that their individual backgrounds might never have provided access to, broadening understanding of combat possibilities while developing versatility that could prove crucial when facing opponents whose capabilities remained unpredictable until direct engagement revealed specific strengths and weaknesses that conventional preparation could not anticipate or address. Effectively, Gyomei Himejima's conditioning program emphasized fundamental physical strength and endurance that formed foundation for all other combat capabilities. As his understanding of supernatural warfare recognized that technique without adequate muscular power and cardiovascular conditioning would prove inadequate. When prolonged battles demanded sustained maximum effort against opponents whose supernatural stamina exceeded human limitations by margins that could only be overcome through preparation that pushed bodily capabilities toward theoretical maximum levels, achievable through dedicated training. The stone-breathing techniques that participants learned during this phase provided insight into combat methods that utilized weight and momentum rather than speed and precision as primary tactical approaches, creating alternative strategies that could prove effective against demons whose defensive capabilities or fighting styles rendered conventional sword techniques inadequate for achieving decisive results. The psychological impact of wielding massive weapons with fluid grace demonstrated how apparent disadvantages could be transformed into tactical superiority through proper understanding and application. Sanemi Shinazugawa's training focused on aggressive offensive techniques that maximize damage potential, while minimizing defensive vulnerabilities through movement patterns and attack combinations that created overwhelming pressure, capable of breaking through supernatural, defensive capabilities that might otherwise prove insurmountable for opponents who relied on cautious or reactive tactical approaches. The wind-breathing forms that characterized his instruction emphasized continuous assault that prevented enemies from utilizing regenerative abilities or strategic repositioning to recover from initial damage. The Marechi blood that made Sanemi particularly effective against demons also provided training participants with direct exposure to substances that could disorient supernatural opponents, creating tactical knowledge about biological advantages that certain individuals possessed, while teaching recognition of environmental factors that could influence combat effectiveness in ways that pure technique could never achieve alone. The psychological conditioning required to utilize such advantages effectively demanded acceptance of personal vulnerability as acceptable price for tactical superiority. Giyu Tomioka's water-breathing instruction represented mastery of adaptive techniques that could respond to changing combat conditions through forms that emphasized flexibility and fluid transition between offensive and defensive applications, creating combat styles that matched opponents' energy while redirecting force rather than opposing it directly. The philosophical foundation that supported these techniques required mental discipline that could maintain calm focus despite chaos and emotional stress that characterized supernatural warfare at highest levels. The advanced forms that Giyu demonstrated during training sessions revealed possibilities for water-breathing development that exceeded what basic instruction typically provided, showing how fundamental techniques could be refined and modified to address specific tactical situations or opponent characteristics that demanded creative adaptation rather than rigid adherence to standardized approaches. The 11th form that had never been taught to students represented innovation that emerged from practical combat experience against threats that conventional techniques could not adequately address. Tengen Uzui's participation in training activities, despite his retirement from active duty, provided insight into sound breathing techniques that utilized environmental awareness and timing rather than raw power or speed as primary tactical foundations, creating combat methods that could overcome supernatural abilities through intelligent application of physics and psychology rather than attempting to match demonic capabilities through direct competition. The flashy nature of his techniques concealed sophisticated understanding of how sensory manipulation could create decisive advantages. The musical precision that characterized sound-breathing forms taught participants to recognize rhythms and patterns in combat situations that could provide tactical intelligence about opponent capabilities and intentions, creating awareness that supplemented visual observation with auditory analysis that could detect subtle changes in movement or breathing that indicated preparation for specific attacks or defensive measures. This enhanced sensitivity provided early warning systems that could prevent successful ambush tactics. Mitsuri Kanroji's love-breathing instruction emphasized flexibility and strength combination that maximized reach and impact while maintaining mobility that could adapt to various combat environments and opponent fighting styles, creating techniques that could function effectively in confined spaces or open areas while providing options for engaging multiple enemies simultaneously without sacrificing effectiveness against individual targets. The unique sword design that her breathing style required demonstrated how equipment could be modified to enhance specific tactical approaches. The emotional foundation that supported love-breathing techniques required psychological development that could channel positive emotions into combat effectiveness, rather than allowing feelings to become distractions or vulnerabilities that enemies could exploit through psychological warfare, designed to undermine concentration and tactical decision-making. The apparent contradiction between loving nature and deadly capability provided lessons about how genuine compassion could motivate rather than inhibit effective violence when such violence served protective purposes. Shinobu Kocho's insect breathing techniques provided education in precision and poison application that could overcome supernatural regenerative abilities through chemical means, rather than relying solely on decapitation techniques that required strength and speed advantages that not all demon slayers could achieve against powerful opponents. The medical knowledge that supported her combat methods created understanding of demon physiology that could guide tactical decisions about target selection and attack timing. The poison development that had enabled Shinobu's effectiveness against demons whose size and strength exceeded her physical capabilities demonstrated how scientific knowledge could supplement martial techniques to create combat effectiveness that transcended normal human limitations through intelligent application of chemistry and biology, rather than attempting to match supernatural abilities through conventional means. The research that supported these innovations required dedication that paralleled combat training in its demands on time and energy. Muichiro Tokido's mist breathing instruction revealed techniques that utilized deception and misdirection as primary tactical approaches, creating combat methods that could confuse and disorient opponents whose supernatural senses might otherwise provide decisive advantages during conventional engagements. The speed and precision that characterized these forms required physical conditioning that approached limits of human potential, while demanding mental discipline that could maintain complex deception patterns during high-stress combat situations. The recovery of memories that had occurred during Muichiro's own recent development provided inspiration for training participants who struggled with psychological barriers that prevented full access to their combat potential, demonstrating how personal growth and tactical effectiveness were interconnected in ways that made emotional healing an essential component of military preparation. The integration of past trauma into present purpose showed how suffering could be transformed into strength when properly understood and channeled. Obanai Iguro's serpent breathing techniques emphasized unpredictable movement patterns and attack angles that could overcome opponents whose combat experience had taught them to anticipate conventional sword work, creating surprise advantages that could prove decisive against enemies whose supernatural abilities included enhanced reflexes and predictive capabilities. The psychological foundation that supported these techniques required acceptance of personal darkness while channeling it toward protective rather than destructive purposes. The companion snake that participated in Obanai's demonstrations provided education in tactical coordination with non-human allies whose capabilities could supplement individual combat effectiveness through distraction techniques and alternative attack vectors that created opportunities for decisive strikes against opponents whose attention was divided between multiple threats. This partnership model suggested possibilities for innovative tactical approaches that conventional training had never explored. The collective impact that resulted from exposure to all Hashira training methods created comprehensive educational experience that broadened tactical understanding while developing physical capabilities that approached theoretical limits of human potential. When enhanced through proper breathing, techniques, and spiritual discipline, the exhaustion that characterized participants at completion of this intensive program reflected genuine transformation that prepared them for challenges that their previous training had been inadequate to address effectively. The research collaboration that developed between Tamayo and Shinobu during this period represented convergence of scientific method with practical combat experience, creating opportunities for developing weapons and techniques that could exploit demon vulnerabilities that pure martial training had never addressed or understood. The poison compounds that emerged from their joint efforts provided tactical options that supplemented conventional sword techniques with chemical warfare capabilities specifically designed for supernatural opponents. The intelligence gathering that accompanied scientific research revealed patterns in demon behavior and organization that provided strategic insights into Muzan's operational methods, while suggesting vulnerabilities that coordinated assault might be able to exploit if timing and execution achieved levels of precision that had never been attempted in previous Demon Slayer operations. The systematic approach to understanding enemy capabilities created foundation for strategic planning that exceeded reactive responses to individual threats. The explosion that destroyed the Ubuyashiki mansion announced the beginning of final confrontation that all their preparation had been designed to address, as Muzan's direct assault on Demon Slayer leadership represented escalation that demanded immediate response with maximum available force before supernatural advantages could be consolidated in ways that would make human victory impossible despite all their training and preparation. The sacrifice that Kagaya made to create tactical opportunity demonstrated leadership that prioritized mission success above personal survival. The Infinity Fortress that materialized beneath the burning ruins transported all participants into supernatural dimension, where normal rules of physics and geography operated according to principles that favored demonic capabilities, while challenging human tactical assumptions about movement, positioning, and environmental factors that could influence combat effectiveness. The separation that occurred immediately upon entry eliminated possibilities for coordinated group tactics, while creating multiple simultaneous encounters that tested individual capabilities under conditions of complete isolation. The battles that erupted throughout this twisted architectural maze represented culmination of centuries-long conflict between human courage and supernatural evil, as each encounter tested not only combat skills that had been developed through years of training, but moral resolve and spiritual strength that could only be proven through direct confrontation with forces that embodied everything corrupt and destructive about existence itself. The stakes that characterized these individual fights extended beyond personal survival to encompass future of human civilization. The systematic elimination of upper moon demons that occurred during these battles demonstrated effectiveness of preparation that had been guided by hard-won understanding of supernatural warfare requirements, yet also revealed how narrow margins separated victory from defeat, when human limitations were tested against opponents whose capabilities exceeded normal physical laws. Each successful encounter required combination of skill, determination, and fortune that could not be guaranteed through preparation alone. The final confrontation with Muzan that emerged from collapse of Infinity Fortress represented ultimate test of everything Demon Slayers had learned and developed throughout their long struggle against supernatural evil, as Demon King's true power exceeded all previous encounters, while his desperation made him more dangerous than ever before. The battle that followed would determine whether centuries of human sacrifice and dedication had been sufficient to overcome evil that had seemed invincible since its first appearance in ancient Japan, creating climax that tested every assumption about what courage and determination could achieve when properly focused and absolutely committed to victory, regardless of personal cost. And so our journey through the ages comes to rest. Gentle dreamer, as dawn breaks over a world finally free from the shadow of demons. From Muzan's cursed birth in ancient Kyoto to the final battle centuries later, we have witnessed the eternal truth that darkness cannot exist where there is light, that hatred cannot endure where there is love, that death itself cannot triumph where there is hope. The Kamado family's story, like cherry blossoms that bloom each spring despite winter's harshness, reminds us that some bonds transcend even death itself. Tanjiro's compassion, which saw humanity even in monsters, shows us that the greatest strength lies not in the sharpness of our blade, but in the gentleness of our heart. As you drift toward peaceful slumber, carry with you this truth, that every sunrise brings new hope, every breath is a gift, and every act of kindness creates ripples that echo through time itself. Rest well, knowing that somewhere in the world, the descendants of heroes live in peace, and the sun rises on a world where love has conquered all darkness.